A confirmation about the audio, please, guys. If the audio is working fine. Thank you. So, hello, a very warm good evening to all of you, and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. Welcome to the session of Indian Geography, where today we shall be furthering our discussion where we left off yesterday. So, yesterday we had a detailed discussion about the portion of agriculture, where we observed various different facets from the portion of agriculture relevant for the examination. We initiated the discussion with the types of agricultural practices that you observe across the various different parts of the world. What are commercial farming, the features of that? What do we understand by primitive subsistence, intensive subsistence farming? All those kind of details we focused upon. Then after that, we looked at the cropping patterns. What are the various different cropping patterns which are followed? Where we basically observed you have monocropping and multi-cropping as a broader subdivision. And within that, in the case of multi-cropping, if you grow the crops in a definite row pattern, that is what is referred to as intercropping. If you grow the crops, let's suppose mixed up and distributed across the farmland without any definite row pattern, and you grow multiple crops at the same time, that is mixed cropping. And then you also have sequence cropping, where after one you grow the other, and there on goes the cycle. Then we observed the various different types of major crops that are grown, conditions required, and the regions where you will observe these crops to be cultivated. We observed the various different facets of sericulture, irrigation, green revolution, its limitations, everything we covered yesterday. So today, mostly in the portion of agriculture, the portion which is left is the organic farming. So we'll be studying about what do we understand by organic farming. And after that, we shall be looking into the portion of minerals and industries. That when we talk about the various different minerals, their distribution. So, in which part of the country, what kind of minerals are to be found? That is something that we are going to look into. And we are going to try to move into some portions of population geography as well. Now, the portion regarding maps and your Q&A session, that is your doubt clearing session. You shall be given the intimation. It will be conducted in the first week of February. Till that point of time, why we have considered this delay, why immediately not a doubt session tomorrow itself? There is a very basic principle involved, because doubt clearing session immediately the next day when you conduct the doubt clearing session, most of the candidates, they would not have revised that portion till that point of time, and the doubts they start cropping after 1 month or so, or after a couple of weeks or so. So that is why I would urge all of you, take this time, 10 days time that you have, do revise the portions of geography, take it up on priority. You will definitely have some or the other doubts, and thereafter, whichever type of doubts that you have, be very pinpointed in the doubts. Why I say be very pinpointed? Because then you will also be able to easily understand which concept is turning out to be difficult at which point of time, rather than having a broad based doubt like, please re-explain the entirety of jet stream. Now, jet stream is a long portion. It cannot be possible that the entirety of it is not understood. You might have some problem in the very initial portion of jet stream about the formation of jet stream or about the path followed by the jet stream. So pinpoint that doubt. Try to read it over. Many of the times the candidates, they have the approach that when they read a particular portion, immediately if one word is not understood, they leave that portion that this I have not understood. Try to read it over, try to understand it. You have covered it in the class. Even after that, if you are able to pinpoint that this is the doubt, send it over to us by mail. I hope by now you are all aware about how to send these doubts. Send it over to us at IAS Live by mail, and thereafter we shall be considering and taking up those doubts for detailed discussion. Okay, so that is the basic purpose why we are going to hold the doubt clearing session along with the mapping module in the first week of February. I hope everybody is aware, everybody knows about that. Okay, I hope there is no confusion prevailing around that. Any confusion that you have about this subject, please ensure that the doubts are cleared. It is something that is your right. It is something that you need to know. It is something that you should devote your energy to. So please do try to find out the best of the doubts and thereby send it over to us. I will personally handle all those doubts separately, regardless of how much time it takes. Unless and until all the doubts are clear, we won't end it. Okay? So that is something which we are going to conduct in the first week of February. Any doubts in that? No confusion? I hope we have clarity about it now. Good. So now we carry on with the portion of agroclimatic zones. So, what is the concept of agroclimatic zones? Lakshmi, today is last class. In terms of the weekdays, yes, but we shall be meeting again for mapping portion. Mapping portion, I have given you the map pointings. Now, many portions of the world geography, for example, mineral distribution, for example, the locational aspect of the river valleys across the world, that is something. Agricultural areas in Europe, agricultural areas in North America, the temperate grasslands, the Sahel region, the agricultural region in Australia, all these factors and features in map pointing, some portions of maybe transportation, and then the doubt clearing session. So we shall be meeting again. But yes, on a weekday basis in the evening, this is the final time that we all shall be meeting. So after today, you can take a sigh of relief that this confusing portion of UPSC syllabus, that is something that you can put behind you. But I hope you don't forget it for all good. You do revise and you try to recall. Now, with that, we proceed with the discussion of agroclimatic zones. Now, when we talk about agroclimatic zones, what are these? And what is the basis behind it? What is the basic principle involved here? So, when we say or when we talk about agricultural productivity across the country, let's suppose we want to improve the overall agricultural productivity across the country. Suppose you are deputed as a civil servant, let's suppose at a level of junior secretary or something in the Ministry of Agriculture, and you are tasked with the basic purpose so as to how to improve the overall productivity. Now, here, what will be your line of thinking? Will you give the suggestion that in the entire country follow this method of irrigation, follow this kind of fertilizers, grow these kinds of crops in the entirety of the country? No, because the country is very diverse in terms of physiographical conditions, the soil conditions, the amount of rainfall received. In all of these parameters, we have a significant amount of diversity. The crops that you can grow in the hills of Jharkhand, for example, right? Now, you cannot compare it with the crops that you grow in the fertile plains of, let's suppose, West Bengal or Punjab. So, all the various different areas, they need a different approach. One size fits all doesn't solve the purpose here. So, in order to achieve an overall better agricultural productivity, in order to achieve a better self-sufficiency in terms of food production, the government, in fact, it was the planning commission initially which mooted and which floated the idea of dividing the country into different agroclimatic zones. Now, when we say agroclimatic zones, these refer to those particular areas in the country which have a similar kind of a topography and a similar kind of climatic condition. For example, northeastern part of the country. Northeastern part of the country, largely hilly area, right? Hilly and mountainous area. Now, you cannot have the same uh, projection or the same outlook for the crop cultivation in the northeastern part of the country as compared to maybe the northwest, right? In the region of Punjab. There you need a different proposition altogether. So those areas which have a similar condition of climate, similar condition of soil cover or the topography, those areas are clubbed into agroclimatic zones so that you have a unified approach in these small areas. So based upon this, the entire country, basically, if you will observe, the entirety of the country has been divided into overall 15 agroclimatic zones. Now, what are these agroclimatic, 15 agroclimatic zones that you see? You will observe, for example, now you don't have to ratify all of this. You don't have to rote learn all the 15 agroclimatic zones because UPSC does ask this principle of agroclimatic zone. It will never ask you to depict all those 15. Ideally, even if you have a broader understanding that what is the basis for classification, in a rough map, you can represent that more than sufficient. So, for example, let us see first of all, zone 1. So, this zone 1 will consist of the region of entirety of the Western Himalayas, high altitude mountains, right, lower temperature, hilly tract. So, this is the region where you will have certain types of horticultural products, for example, orchard farming, for example, apple cultivation. That is something which is observed, right? Then zone 2, the region of Eastern Himalayas. This is your zone 2. Now, in this zone 2, again, as I already told you, hilly area, high amount of rainfall, rugged topography. That is the feature of this zone 2. Zone 3, lower Ganga plain. Zone 4, middle Ganga plain. Zone 5, upper Ganga plain. Like that. Let's suppose zone 11. Zone 11, you will observe eastern coastal plains and hills. They have been clubbed as one particular unit because here you have fertile alluvial deposit carried out by the various different river deltas. So agriculturally, it can be productive, right? They will receive rainfall almost in the same pattern through the year. Then when we consider, let's suppose zone 12, that will consist of the western coastal plain and the western Ghats region. Zone 15, for example, the islands. So like that, you will observe that based upon a similar climatic condition, based upon a similar topographical condition, that is the basis upon which the entirety of the country has been divided into different types of agroclimatic zones. Okay. Now, the purpose of it is, again, as I mentioned, food sufficiency in the country, commercialization of agriculture, surplus output for commercialization and exports, and agri ecology. That is, it should be sustainable. For example, if let's suppose you keep on growing rice in the region of Punjab and Haryana, eventually it is going to destroy the ecology of that area. It will deplete the groundwater reserves from that area. It will completely deplete the groundwater resources. And then after that, there will be a substantial amount of drawback associated. So that is why agroecology is also to be maintained. Now, that is basically the case of the classification in agroclimatic zones. Then we have organic farming. What is the Trans-Gangetic Plain? How is it different from upper, middle, and lower Gangetic Plain? So basically, if you observe this Trans-Gangetic Plain, this is where see, Trans-Himalayas. What were Trans-Himalayas? The mountains beyond the Himalayas. So this is the kind of plain region in between the Indus River Basin and the Gangetic River Basin. Here, the influence of River Ganga and its tributaries is very less. The Indus river tributaries of river Indus, they have a greater influence here. So that is why it is identified as trans Ganga plain, beyond the Ganga plain. From here you have the Gangetic plains which extend all the way till here, right? So lower Ganga plain, for example, they are also referred to as the Rad plains. So they have a feature of deposits carried out by river Ganga. Now, beyond the river Ganga region, that is the Trans-Ganga plain. Okay, right? Agroecology is basically when you care for the ecological condition of the farmland, that you have suitable kind of organic growth also happening, soil fertility is also retained, it is not drained out, groundwater resources are also available, they are not completely depleted. So that is agroecology, that the entire microclimate around the agricultural setup, that is maintained at a sustainable level. That is agroecology. Okay, now after this, we come to the portion of organic farming, something which has become quite widespread, predominant, and famous in the recent years. So, what is organic farming? And how is it different from the normal cultivation that we have been carrying out? So, in the case of normal cultivation that you observe nowadays, you will observe that in order to augment the fertility of soil, you apply fertilizers. In order to, let's suppose, ensure that there is no pest, etc., no infection, fungal infection into the seeds, etc., you spray the various pesticides, weedicides, herbicides, etc. So nowadays, in order to grow the crops, you put in lot of different types of chemical inputs. When we talk about organic farming, there only the natural on-farm inputs, the natural agricultural practices, they are observed. Artificial inputs or synthetic inputs into the farmland, that is not done, right? That is organic farming. So you can also argue that traditionally, if you consider the agricultural practices that have been carried out across various civilizations for thousands of years, they have always been organic in nature. So even today, you will find that in order to improve the fertility of soil in many of the areas, you simply put the manures. You basically fertilize the region with manures from cow dung, kitchen waste, etc. You allow it to decompose, and then manures, they get generated. So use that. Okay. So that is basically the case of organic farming. Okay, here is the definition of it, but oftentimes I always maintain definition ends up confusing you quite significantly. So organic agriculture is a unique production management system which promotes and enhances agro ecosystem health, including biodiversity, biological cycle, and soil biological activity. And this is accomplished by using on farm agronomic, biological, and mechanical methods in exclusion of all the synthetic off farm inputs. That all the various different artificial fertilizers, etc., that you push in, that is something which is not allowed. So that is the case of organic farm. Okay. Now, here, when we talk about basically the organic farming, the basic characteristic is that the natural fertility of the soil, that natural fertility of the soil, if you want to improve it, do it by the natural process. For example, let's suppose rather than applying the fertilizer of urea to improve the nitrate concentration, grow pulses, grow various different leguminous plants. So what that will end up doing, it will allow a greater nitrogen fixation, and that nitrogen fixation will augment the fertility of the soil. So that is the case of the organic farming. So protecting the long-term fertility of soil by maintaining organic matter levels, encouraging soil biological activity, and careful mechanical intervention by plowing, tilling, etc. Providing crop nutrients indirectly using relatively insoluble sources such as manures, nitrogen self-sufficiency through the use of legumes and biological nitrogen fixation, the process of nitrification as it is referred, as well as effective recycling of organic materials, including the various crop residues and livestock manures. So that is the case of organic farming. Now, organic farming is carried out traditionally in many parts of the country. Now, one of the type of organic farming we'll consider just for example, that is what is also famous in the name of zero budget natural farming or ZBNF. Now, this zero budget natural farming, it is not different from organic farming. So before you type the question, what is the difference between organic farming and ZBNF? Listen to this carefully. When we talk about ZBNF, zero budget natural farming, that is the case where you it is a type of organic farming in itself, but the principle involved is that use all the on farm methods, all the on farm inputs. That is what you put to use. Okay, so here this is a type of organic farming. Organic farming where all inputs are provided from the farm itself. So that is why the name zero budget, that the input cost would be, it is considered that the input cost would be reduced to zero if basically you are providing, let's suppose here in the process of carrying out this farming, you use cow dung, cow urine, jaggery, the local soil which is available, the local indigenous varieties of seeds which are available. So reducing the input cost of the farmer to zero. So how will it be beneficial? Because of the basic principle that farm income, whenever you consider farm income is what? Selling price minus input cost. That is the farm income. Selling price minus input cost. So if you reduce this input cost to, let's suppose, zero, the logic behind it is that everything is being supplemented from the farm itself. So the input cost is reduced to zero. So if you reduce the input cost to zero, then what will happen to the farm income? The farm income will naturally increase. The farm income will substantially improve. Right. So that is the case of, or that is one of the endeavors to improve the level of farm income. Now, here you have various different types or different ways in which you achieve this form of ZBNF. So, how do you do it? What is the process of carrying this out? First of all, you'll prepare the farmland, right? You'll prepare the farmland so that the organic growth in the farmland is observed naturally, so that you observe more organic materials to be fertilizing the farmland, earthworms and their population. If you want to improve it, you have to promote the organic activity. How do you do that? So you basically, what is advisable here is that you prepare a liquid mixture with the cow dung, cow urine, jaggery, ground pulses, that the pulses that you have, you basically crush it, prepare it into a powder, take the local soil variety, mix it all together, and then spray it over the farm. Then when you spray it over the farm, this will activate the decomposers, and thereby these decomposers will carry out the organic process and the organic activity, which is always beneficial for the soil fertility. Because many of these microbes, many of these worms, etc., they will secrete nutrients. Even their excreta, for example, will be rich in phosphate. You don't need to provide the phosphatic fertilizers. You will also observe the growth of some of the nitrifying bacteria, which will automatically fix the atmospheric nitrogen into the soil. No need to apply urea there. So that is where you initially promote the organic activity in the soil. That is what is referred to as Jivamrut. That is increasing the rate of organic activities and processes in the soil. Okay. Then after that, what do? You prepare the seeds. How do you prepare the seeds? And why do you prepare the seeds? So as to ensure that the rate of germination, how quickly the saplings grow, that rate of germination is accelerated. And the seeds, they are not infected by the fungal and the bacterial infections. So for that, you take a mixture of edible lime, again cow dung or cow urine, you mix it, and then you treat the seeds in that. That will act as a disinfectant and again will increase the germination rate of the seeds. That is where you what is referred to as bijamrut. That is treatment of seeds to increase or improve the rate of germination and disinfect the seeds. That is bijamrut. Then you carry out the process of mulching. Mulching is basically, what is mulching? In the case of mulching, the prime aim is to maintain the soil moisture and the integrity of the soil. What do I mean by that? So when the soil lies out in the open, it is exposed to rainfall, can get eroded, it is exposed to heat, all the moisture can get evaporated, it is exposed to very cold conditions. So different vagaries of nature, they continue to degrade the soil. So that is why in the case of mulching, what is done, that the soil is covered by something or the other, maybe a biodegradable plastic for that matter, maybe a thin film for that matter, sometimes dried leaves, hay, straws. So you cover the soil with that. That is mulching. Why do you do that? To help soil retain its moisture and to allow the organic processes to carry on. Because let's suppose the soil dries out or the soil gets very cold or gets compacted, then oxygen supply, water supply, everything gets interrupted. And the agroecology or the normal ecological process in that soil, that gets disturbed. So here, covering the soil with a protective layer to conserve soil fertility. I'll show you the image also. What is mulching? For example, if you look at this, observe this. Here, the portion of the soil, wherever it would have been barren, that portion of soil is ideally covered by straws, dried leaves, etc. It is actually covered. So, what will happen here? All that soil moisture will be retained. Everything will be retained here. Okay, so that is the process of mulching. So, a mulch is a natural or artificially spread layer of plant residues or any other kind of material on the surface of the soil. The important objective of mulching in agriculture is what? Basically, moisture conservation, temperature control of the soil, prevention of surface compaction, reduction of runoff and erosion, improvement in soil structure, and weed control. So, these are the ways in which the soil can retain its fertility. That is the process of mulching overall. Okay. And then eventually, if you do all of these, then you attain the ideal state of agroclimatic ecology of the soil, where everything starts working properly, germination rate is high, and the ideal organic processes are also active. That is the state which is attained, which is known as Vafasa. So these three steps, if you take, then you are able to attain the state of Vafasa, which is the ideal agroecological condition. So for example, if I show you here, when we consider the ZBNF, you have first of all spray Jivamrut. Now Jivamrut is what? A mixture of water, cow urine and dung from the local cow variety, jaggery, pulses, flour, and soil from the farm. You spray it, it revives the earthworms and the earthworm population in general, microbial action in general. Earthworms, they are also always referred to as a farmer's friend. Why? Because let's suppose this is the soil. The earthworm will do multiple processes, will help in multiple processes. First of all, the earthworm will navigate, will go through the various different channels here, carve out various different channels here. Right. Now, in all these passages that the earthworm has moved, there will be air penetration, air will enter. So, natural aeration of the soil happens. Right. Secondly, the earthworm, through its litter, it will consume various different portions in the soil, and through its litter, through its waste, what it secretes, that improves the texture of the soil. It makes the soil more fine particled. It also will provide nutrients such as phosphate to the soil. So this Jivamrut is done to improve the earthworm population and other organic activities. That is the first stage. Then you treat the seed. Anjan, I hope now it is understood. Then you treat the seeds. In the case of treatment of seeds here, that is what is Bijamrut. So what do you do in this? So basically, the seeds are mixed in Bijamrut. What is that? It is basically a mixture of cow urine, cow dung, and edible lime, right? What you refer to as tuna. So that is mixed. And then the seeds are treated there. So what is the purpose? Edible lime will take care of the bacterial and the fungal infections which regularly are present in the soil. And secondly, these seeds will have a faster germination rate as well. Again, all the inputs provided are naturally available. You don't have to buy anything from the market, so to say. As per the principle, you don't have to go to the market to procure something. It is easily available naturally. Then after that, you carry out the process of mulching. In the process of mulching, what do? You cover the soil with straw. A top layer is covered with straw. that maintains and protects the soil fertility. It maintains the soil moisture. It maintains and controls the temperature. And once you achieve all of this, that is when Vafasa is attained. What is Vafasa? It is a state of being for the soil. So it is that ideal microclimate in the soil that ensures that the roots get oxygen and water. So spraying of Jivamrut and mulching creates this condition where that ideal microclimatic condition of the soil is eventually attained. Right? Other than that, carry out the process of intercropping so as to improve the retention of fertility, nitrogen fixation, etc. So this is a type. This is not all the organic farming is of this type. This is just a type in which, or a way in which, the process of organic farming can always be carried out. Okay. Do earthworms die during stubble burning? Yes, they do. Uh, You said that in ZBNF, input cost remains zero, but in Bijamrut, the cost of seeds is also the input cost. So that is where the logic basically, Payal, is that from your previous season, whatever seeds that you have saved, the local variety of seeds, that is the logic. But the criticism which is given to ZBNF is indeed the same fact that it is not actually zero cost, because not many here cow dung and cow urine are referred to ideally. Now, not many farmers have, for example, cows. They don't have the ability to buy that. Majority of the farmers in our country, they are small and marginal. They really don't have the capacity. Ideally, they would want to buy it in order to carry out mixed farming, in order to diversify their income, but none of them, they have that naturally. So if they don't have that naturally, then what? They will have to buy it from somewhere. So that is not a zero input cost anymore. So that is the criticism of ZBNF. Another criticism of ZBNF is that as compared to the conventional system of agriculture and cultivation that we are observing right now, here there are chances that the overall output might reduce. The total productivity might reduce. So that is why going ahead, you need to carry out more research to gather the empirical evidences which indicate to the fact that yes, it indeed does not affect the overall productivity. Right? So that is basically the situation. I hope that is understood. Okay. Now, okay, I have some of the previous questions also. Ashish, is that understood? All inputs from farm? Sir, it flags WTO disputes. Which of them, Vibhu? See, WTO disputes that we have, that is something which has been initiated ever since the Bali meet of WTO. And that is where, as the various criticism of the governmental action goes, at that point of time in Bali meet, we did agree to phase out certain subsidies which we provide to the farmers in the form of fertilizers, etc. And that is where the argument which is put forward is that we should not have agreed to such concessions. That is where India is backtracking. See, in WTO, the major dispute with the case of the Indian agriculture, I am not going to go into the details of the economic principle here, the green box, the blue box, the amber box, etc. You would have studied it in the portion of economy, that WTO dispute, yes, about the green, blue, amber box, etc. So you would be aware about it, that in India, we provide the various different types of subsidies and support directly to the farmers. That is something that many of the Western countries, they are not comfortable with. It is because of that reason that many of the Western countries, they find various different ways within that ambit of WTO to ignore Indian exports. For example, many of the European nations, Australia, even North American regions, they don't agree to milk exports from India. Why? They term it as the sanitary and phytosanitary provision within the clauses of the WTO, that we are not sure about the diseases that the cattle there have. Even if our exporters say that we will give you the certification, we will give you everything, they are not they don't want it. Similar is the case with the many of the crop varieties or the fruits that we sell over, right? So what is the reality is that India is amongst the larger producers of various items across the world. And all the countries, they are protective of their own economic systems, of their own agricultural setup. They don't want to import your goods, they simply want to export their goods. That is a policy that even India basically follows or pursues. Now, Western economies, they provide subsidy in an indirect manner. They provide a larger amount of subsidy to agriculture per capita as compared to what India does, much larger. How? They will invest in, let's suppose, infrastructure connectivity to the farmland. They will invest in building those post production processing infrastructure nearer to the farmland. They will invest in building roads, electrification, etc. So, in that ways, they will provide better market access. So, the government spends billions of dollars in these Western economies to support their agricultural setup. In our country, we provide direct subsidies. For example, seeds we provide at the subsidized rate, the fertilizers we provide at a subsidized rate. So, this is a subsidy that the WTO is always against. That or the countries, they raise it at WTO, that how can India provide these subsidies? Then obviously their cost of production will be low. Then obviously they will be able to sell their wheat, maize, etc. at a lower price. How can we compete? That is why India is frequently dragged over into the various different disputes and tribunals of WTO. Right. But that is what the argument of from Indian side has always been, that look, you also provide subsidies. You provide subsidies in a smart manner, in a different way. That is why your subsidies are not easily identifiable. So that is the dispute going on in WTO. But I would advise you that look at the search for the Bali meet of WTO and look at the agreements that India agreed to at that point of time. That is something which basically India backtracked in the next WTO meet, that we are not going to do this. But by that point of time, the world had already gained, the Western world had already gained a kind of a moral advantage, that you agreed to it earlier means you can agree to it again. In negotiation, what happens? Let's suppose you are negotiating for anything. The person in front of you, if that person, even for a brief moment, if that person blinks, then you won't blink any further. You know that that person can eventually, if push comes to shove, that person will compromise on it. So that is where that is the predicament, that is the issue that India is facing and finding itself. Okay. uh, as when now stubble burning is done nowadays, then it doesn't soil damage and kill the earthworms. See, whenever you carry out stubble burning, it will damage the earthworms. Why? Because the heat. Can in ZBNF process seeds germinate faster than high yielding varieties of seeds? That is where better research is required. Few of the studies, they will tell you that yes, it will happen. Few of the studies, they have empirical evidence that no, high yielding variety of seeds and the cross germination of seeds, they are a better bet in that case. That is where ICAR and other institutes, they need to step in, the agricultural research institutes in India. That is where we need to invest. Okay. Payal, that is true. Also, the subsidy leads to a low input cost. That is what I told you. That is what the fear, and that is the predicament that the Western countries are raising. That all the subsidies that you are providing is going to make the Indian goods cheaper, and they are going to flood. So that is why they don't buy Indian agricultural products. Many of the countries, they don't buy Indian agricultural products because, and they give the excuse that it is sanitary and phytosanitary measures of WTO. Under that provision of WTO, you can easily ensure, or you can make a provision that from a country XYZ, no goods enter your country, because then you put public safety and health as the major concern. Bali agreement of the WTO, or the Bali meet of WTO. Just search that, Lagima. The grain from ZBNF will have lower MSP or normal MSP? Absolutely normal MSP. You will not even be able to figure out that what it is. Is the soil of Punjab losing its fertility for overuse of fertilizer? Absolutely yes. Yesterday, as I told you, overuse of fertilizer, lack of crop diversification, over irrigation in order to digest those fertilizers is turning the soil not only saline, at the same time infertile. Uh, so is ZBNF in working here? Where? In ladder farming, mulching process is used. See, wherever you have the soil, a large area of soil, that is where mulching is used in order to prevent the soil to lose its moisture, etc. Okay. Now we come to the portion of minerals and industries. So when we talk about minerals and industries, largely relevant from the portion of current affairs in the examination. Now, still in the portion of prelims, you get certain areas of interest, and that is, it can be sometimes very factual question also, but mostly it is derived from the area of current affairs, that is major minerals and their distribution. And in the mains examination, you do get questions about industrial zones, location of industries, influencing the location of industries, and something that you associate with the portion of economy as well, that is industrial corridors. Industrial corridors. So these are the areas important and associated for your mains exam. I mean, in India, are people following ZBNF in limited portions? Yes, they are, in very limited portions. How much time takes soil can get back its fertility in organic farming? Entire soil is almost fested with chemicals. See, it will have a natural process whereby within one growing season, if you put all the on-farm inputs, the soil can end up regaining the fertility. Organic farming encouraged by the government also, but it can lead to less food grains and other products. But India has a very large population, so how to deal with this? Because the conventional farming, there is a high use of fertilizer and pesticide, which is somewhat resulting in Indians deteriorating health. Okay, while I answer this question, Pooja, your question is about the benefits of mulching. These are the listed benefits of mulching that we have talked about. So here, Payal, what I would say is again the same thing, that see, when it comes to taking care of organic farming or whether to adopt organic farming or not, organic food is going to be in demand going ahead into the future. That is the market. Because today you will observe, even today, go to the market to buy something, you will always find that the organic vegetables, for example, they are pricier as compared to the vegetables grown under conventional method of cultivation. Why? Because people are more and more becoming more and more aware about the detrimental impact on health due to the fertilizer pesticides. But you cannot force everyone suddenly, like Sri Lanka did. You cannot take the path of Sri Lanka that from today everyone has to carry out only the process of organic farming. You cannot do that. So what do? What is the process that you follow? So in that situation, you have to carry out a detailed research, empirical evidences. By empirical evidence, what do I mean? I have been repeating that term, empirical evidence. What do I mean by that? A quantification needs to happen. That, for example, if let's suppose I have put in this much amount of input, what is the crop productivity in exact kilos? You let me know, so that a farmer is also able to understand and get a clearer picture that in my farmland whether it will be beneficial or not. Then you need to carry out researches so as to how to increase the productivity, because it was not always the case that the first day that the fertilizers were discovered, or rather invented, the chemical fertilizers from the second day itself started to yield very heavy or good results. How did we arrive at the ratio 4 is to 2 is to 1 for NPK, that you supply it will augment the soil fertility? You cannot. It happens only by significant subsequent researches. So that is the same approach which is required to be followed in the portion of organic farming, where subsequent researches need to be carried out in order to understand which are the areas where we can improve the overall productivity. Because going ahead into the future, fertilizers and pesticides and weedicides and chemicals, they are always going to take a backseat. Okay. In the name of desi vegetables, they are sold at Costco prices. That is true. All the varieties, they will tell you if a vegetable is looking very bad, not in a good state, they will always tell you it is locally grown, desi variety, and they will charge you more for that. Right. So that is the case. That is why you need a better research activity in that. Anushka, I am new in your class. I missed everything. So it is a fortune or a misfortune that you have joined us on the last day of the session. Don't worry. You can take a look at the recorded lectures also, or join us in the next batch, which is going to be started. You will get the schedule mail to us at IS Live. You will get the schedule. Okay. Now we come to the portion of minerals and industries. For this particular portion, first of all, for your point of view of examination, you have to keep an eye out for current affairs, as is the case with every portion of Indian geography. You have to keep an eye out for current affairs. And by current affairs, here also the approach you should understand. For example, there was news throughout the entirety of the portion of current affairs last year about lithium which was found in the Riyasi district of Jammu Kashmir. All the candidates, they wrote learned that lithium is found in Jammu Kashmir, lithium is found in Jammu Kashmir. And in the live classes also, I was flooded with the same question, that talk about the lithium which is found in Jammu Kashmir. Why are you talking about lithium in the rest of the world? Why are you talking about rest of the minerals? Tell me about the lithium which is found in, what is the weightage, what is the amount of lithium there, etc., etc. Please do not expect UPSC to stoop to a level where UPSC is going to ask you a question, where was lithium found recently in India? Jammu Kashmir, Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh. Such kind of questions are never going to be asked in UPSC. So when you read the portion of current affairs, please don't read it to the level that SSC preparation goes, or the state PSC preparation goes, or the lower grade examination preparation goes. UPSC did ask you question about the rare earth elements, but it will never ask you the question that where lithium was found. That is why when anything, for example, lithium has come into question or in news, your immediate prerogative should never be that, no, tell me about Riyasi district. There I heard that Chenab bridge is also being constructed. Why don't you take a separate lecture about Riyasi district? Tell us about the Chenab bridge also. The height is so very good. It is, I have heard it is the highest. So you are not telling us these details. UPSC never asks you this, will never ask you this, right? So that is why UPSC will ask you. So when you come across these, Read about where else in India lithium is found. How is lithium found? Which is the largest, which is the region which has got the largest reserves of lithium? And which is the largest producer of lithium in the world? Okay. India is importing its lithium from where? So that is the portion of current affairs coverage. Okay. That is the portion of current affairs coverage that you should eye for. For example, you come across the news story that this year wheat production is going to be 112 million tons. Immediately you will have 99.9% candidates, they will start rote learning. It was 112 million tons. UPSC will never ask that. UPSC will ask you, what are the various different reasons why the wheat production in India has reduced or increased? Heat waves, western disturbances, etc. And then in the exam hall, people say that I have covered current affairs also, and this question was absolutely random. No, the question was absolutely fine. Your preparation was based upon the requirement of some other exam, grade D, grade B, grade C level exam. These kind of questions are asked. If you are preparing for civil services, you need to elevate how you perceive things. I hope that is taken in the aspect. Okay. Now, here, when we talk about minerals and industries, ideally, I would advise you that try to retain this or read this particular chapter after you have studied the physiography of the country, the physiographic divisions of India that we have studied, where we have studied about the origin of the various different landforms. How is it that various different landforms did come into existence? How they were created? If you inculcate those ideas and then you read this chapter, it will be very logical. You would not need to rote learn at all. Okay? For example, if I ask you, in India, where is it that more minerals will be found? In the region of Chota Nagpur Plateau or in the region of Gujarat? I'm talking about uh, non-fossil fuel minerals. For example, don't include crude oil because Gujarat has got crude oil. Where is it that more minerals will be found in India? Chota Nagpur Plateau or Gujarat? Easy answer. Chota Nagpur Plateau. Right. So why? Why only Chota Nagpur Plateau? Why not the region of Uttar Pradesh? Because it is very old. The topmost portion has now been eroded, and the lower portions of the igneous rocks, which supposedly are rich in minerals, they are the ones which are now exposed to the surface. That is why mineral extraction is being made possible and easy as well. Okay, like that. Thereby, let's suppose you should not have a confusion that why you will find the presence of, let's suppose, fossil fuel or crude oil in the region of Rajasthan, in the region of Gujarat, in the region of Krishna Godavari Basin, in the region of the Assam Plains. These regions were underwater. That is why. Okay. Now, now we come to the portion of minerals and the classification of minerals, something that you would have done in your basic elementary sciences. That minerals are classified based upon their composition, based upon their property, into metallic minerals, non-metallic minerals, as well as energy minerals. So when we talk about metallic minerals, what are these metallic minerals? So basically those who have certain properties, for example, they are good conductors of heat and electricity. If you hit them, they have that sonorous tin-like sound associated. They have a kind of a shiny property. They have that luster associated. If you hammer them out, they get stretched without breaking. That is malleability. If you try to stretch them into thin wires, they will get stretched without breaking immediately. That is ductility. These are the features associated with minerals, metallic minerals. Non-metallic minerals, when we consider, these are those minerals that, let's suppose, you hit them, they will break easily. They are not good conductors of heat or electricity. They have that dull appearance, right? Brittle in nature. Limestone, for example, mica, for example, these are non-metals. And then you have energy minerals. You burn them, you carry out combustion, you derive energy out of it. So, for example, if you consider, let's suppose, coal, petroleum, natural gas, that is the case where energy is given. Energy is attained as a consequence of that. Okay. So, that is the case of the various different types of the basic classification of minerals here. Okay. So, here, uh, just a moment, guys. Okay, just a couple of moments, guys. Um, there is some technical issue. Wait for a couple of moments. Okay. Okay. So that is the basic classification. Where when we talk about metallic minerals, these metallic minerals, they will have that tendency that any metal has. What is the characteristic of a metal? Class 7 science, basic science you would have studied. You hit the metal, there is that tin like sound, heat, electricity properly conducted, malleable, ductile. Now, here also, you have the classification of these metallic minerals as ferrous, non ferrous, and the precious ones. So, ferrous, they will have content of iron, iron ore, manganese, nickel, etc. And non ferrous don't have iron, copper, lead, tin, bauxite, and gold, silver, platinum. They come under the precious metals. This is again from the basic sciences. UPSC is not going to ask you this question, which are metallic minerals, what are metals and non-metals. If UPSC asks that, then it is a field day for you. That is a bonanza for you. But UPSC doesn't ask you these kind of questions. Now, where are these minerals going to be found? In which portion will you find these minerals? Across the surface, etc. Where will you find the presence of these minerals? So, first of all, minerals can be found in igneous rocks, metamorphic rocks, sedimentary rocks at the bottom of the oceans in various different places. You can find the presence and the existence of the various different minerals. So, when we talk about these minerals here, so first of all, in igneous and metamorphic rocks, minerals may occur in the cracks, crevices, faults, or joints. Right. So, for example, if let's suppose you consider an igneous rock portion here. Let's suppose you consider an igneous rock here. Now, here, if you have a kind of a crack, a large crack, for example, Okay. Let's suppose. Now, the mineral can be found to be distributed here within the cracks here. Now, it might appear as a small crack for instance in this case, but in reality, these cracks can be many kilometers wide, many kilometers long as well. So, this is where active mining can be done. Now, sometimes the minerals will also appear in chunks, in large chunks, for example. Now, here, this is what is referred to as when minerals are to be found in such cracks, crevices, and small narrow openings. These are what are referred to as veins, and these are what are referred to as lodes. So we do say that the minerals are to be found in the veins and the lodes of igneous rocks and metamorphic rocks. Minerals appearing in thin cracks and joints. These cracks and joints can extend for kilometers as well. Lodes. Minerals are found in larger chunks. They are to be found in the case of larger chunks. Okay. So that is the case of lodes, how the minerals are to be found in the igneous and metamorphic rocks. So you have various minerals such as gold, for example. Gold is found in the form of veins, various veins which extend. Even for that matter, sometimes you will be able to find minerals such as copper in the same process, in the same manner. So that is how they will be found in igneous rocks. Then when we consider sedimentary rocks, so sedimentary rocks, you have deposits. We have seen the different variety of sedimentary rocks. Organic sedimentary rocks, we have taken the case of coal, for example. That is the case of an organic sedimentary rock. We have taken the case, for example, of even when we consider the iron ore or limestone. They are the chemical sedimentary rocks. Now, there, how is it that the iron and limestone get deposited? Due to chemical actions. In the case of iron, underwater chemical action, refer to the module 2 again, where we have discussed about the formation of iron, limestone, etc. So there, you observe that many of the times the minerals, they get deposited in the form of various different layers, and eventually as a result of compaction, cementation, they get converted into rock-like system. Okay, they get converted into various rock-like systems. Then another method, so by chemical erosion, many of the times, and chemical weathering, many of the times certain minerals are exposed, where let's suppose the outer rock consists of various different impurities such as calcium, etc. Now calcium is easily soluble in water. So upon years of rainfall, let's suppose from the outer rock, the calcium gets removed. The mineral which is insoluble in water then will be available for extraction. So bauxite, from bauxite, what do you derive? Aluminium. Aluminium is derived from bauxite. Are we aware about the difference between, of what do we understand by a mineral ore? Are we aware about the fundamental of an ore? What do we mean by an ore? Very good. Okay. So that is how you can extract the various different minerals. Yes, minerals are extracted from ores. Ores will have, so a larger rock system. For example, when you say that you extract gold, for example, it is not as if directly from the rock you hammer it, gold will come and you take it to the jeweler. No, you will have a larger rock that you will have the probability of finding gold there. So that larger rock you will take, then many of the particles you will powder it down, then you will filter out gold. So from the ore, the filtration process is carried out to actually derive or extract the mineral, right? Now here, minerals are also to be found in the form of placer deposits. We have discussed placer deposits in detail. So placer deposits are what? So let's suppose here you have a source rock which is in the form of a mountain which is rich in a certain type of mineral. Okay, source rock which is rich in certain type of mineral. Yes, we had discussed it in continental drift theory. Now here, if there is a river system which is flowing through here, now there the river will try to erode this, and if the materials are insoluble, they will be carried by the river. Let's suppose these materials are insoluble in water, so the river will transport them and they will eventually be deposited on the sides, isn't it? They will eventually be deposited on the sides. That is what we refer to as the placer deposits. So some of the mineral varieties which are insoluble in water are also to be found in the form of these placer deposits. So gold, silver, tin, platinum, they are amongst such kind of minerals which are to be found as placer deposits. Okay. Now, minerals are also to be found at the bottom of the oceans. Till now, we don't have the technological prowess to extract all of these minerals at the bottom. But many of the times, what happens is that when you consider the ocean bottom, the ocean floor, now in the ocean, you have various different salts and various different types of compounds which are present. Eventually, they will combine with each other to form a kind of a round shaped nodules, roundish shaped nodules, which will contain elements of various different minerals, parts of various different minerals: manganese, iron, nickel, cobalt, chromium, various different types of metallic minerals. These are also what are referred to as polymetallic nodules. Nodules. Overall, when we consider polymetallic nodules, these include constituted by different minerals taken together and include nickel, cobalt, iron, chromium, etc. Okay, so these are your polymetallic nodules. These are found to be present at the ocean bottom, at the seabed. Now, this is where none of the countries till now have developed that technological prowess to go to the ocean bottom and bring out these minerals. You have few of the countries having the vessels which can go to the ocean floor, but only for research purposes. You till now do not have any particular country which can go there and exploit the mineral in an economically beneficial way and come back again. You don't have the countries like that. Okay, so because it is the final purpose is not only bringing that to the surface, it should be done so in an economically viable way. Otherwise, let's say in bringing these minerals, you spend around let's assume you spend around $100 per kg to bring these minerals to the surface from the ocean bottom, and you are able to sell it only at $50 per kg. It is not profitable. Why will you carry out this kind of a business anymore? That is not at all profitable. So that is why it needs to be economically viable. Another kind of mineral nowadays, which is being scraped from the ocean bottom in significant quantity, is methane hydrate. Methane hydrate. These are your whitish substances, white appearing substances. This is where methane produced at the seabed, ocean bed, that gets trapped under low temperature, and that forms that whitish ice like solid structures. This is then utilized as a source of energy. When you burn it off, the water obviously evaporates, the methane undergoes combustion and thereby produces energy. So, South China Sea, for example, is one of the regions where China is increasingly exploring the reserves of methane hydrates to be found underwater. Okay. Now, after this, we come to the distribution of minerals across India. Now, as we have already discussed in the portion of physiography, minerals will be found primarily in the older regions of the country. The regions which are substantially older, there you will find the mineral deposits. So, which are these older areas? You will find the region, for example, the Chota Nagpur Plateau, the Bastar Plateau here, the Karnataka Plateau, the region here around Western Ghats, the region of the Aravalis, the region of Bundelkhand. The older areas. Why not Deccan Traps? Think about it. Why not Deccan Traps? Because there the eruption has happened quite recently, for that matter, around 90 million years back to 80 million years back. And there you have multiple series of such basaltic lava which is spread over a large distance, which would have covered the previous igneous rocks in that area. That is why, unless and until the top portion gets eroded and weathered and removed off, you won't have the possibility of finding many minerals in the region of the Deccan Traps. Okay. Now, here, 11 states you will observe, they account for 90% of the total number of operational mines. So, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Telangana, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Maharashtra, these are the states where you will find significant amount of mineral deposit. We start with one by one. Let us start considering the major minerals, starting with iron ore. Now, iron ore is always considered to be the backbone of a country's developmental process. Very, very important in a country's developmental journey is a role played by iron ore. So, when we consider iron ore here, understand that basically, why we say that it is a backbone for the country's development? Railways, to lay the rail lines, to build the entire system, you need iron ore. Roadways, you need iron ore. Let's suppose or iron and steel, highways, flyovers, airports, any construction, buildings, you need iron and steel. So, iron ore is very, very important for the developmental process. Very, very important for the developmental process. Okay. Now, iron ore is of various different types. You have the best variety of iron ore, the purest variety of iron ore, that is magnetite. In this, generally you will have 65 to 70% of iron present. Then you have hematite. In this, you will have around 50 to 60% of iron. Then you have the impure varieties where the presence of iron is particularly less, that is limonite and siderite. This is where the proportion of iron is very, very less. So when we talk about magnetite and hematite, here, this is the purest variety. Now, magnetite is found in regions, for example, in Karnataka, in portions of Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Rajasthan, around the region of Aravalis, where older deposits have happened. There also you find the presence of this magnetite ore. And because the purity of iron in that is so very high, that the iron extracted is used for very niche and specific purposes. For example, it is costly as well. For example, in the conductors and the conductor systems that you have in electrical power plants, the circuit breaker systems, etc., there also you will have these deployed. The transformer systems in certain areas, substations, there also magnetite is used. So this has got very high amount of conductivity, right? So it has got limited use. Not for every purpose you use this. For every purpose, industrial purpose, the iron ore that is used is hematite, to be found majorly in the region of Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, Karnataka. That is the area where you'll find this. Okay, so for example, iron and steel is the crux for industrial development in a country. Magnetite is the finest iron ore with a very high content of iron up till around 70%. Now, it has got excellent magnetic qualities, especially valuable in the electrical industry. 97% of magnetite resources are placed in Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, then Rajasthan, and Tamil Nadu. These are the various areas where you will have almost significant amount of magnetite reserves which are present. Hematite, on the other hand, is present amongst the four major iron belts of the country. Now here, hematite is the one primarily used for industrial purposes, which has got 50 to 60% of the iron present. It is to be found in the Odisha Jharkhand belt, particularly in the Mayurbhanj Singhbhum area. Mayurbhanj in Odisha, Singhbhum region in Jharkhand. That is where you will find the significant amount of Odisha, the hematite reserves. So, Mayurbhanj, Singhbhum region. Okay. Now, in this particular area, what do you observe? You will basically observe that in this region, you will, for example, the mines around Raurkela, the mines around Bokaro in Jharkhand, the mines around Hazaribagh, that is the area where you will have this kind of resource. This is the region also where you will have a lot of iron and steel plants, because iron and steel industry traditionally has been located in the areas where you find that iron ore, you find limestone, you find coal. That is the region where iron and steel industry has been traditionally located. Then Durg, Bastar, Chandrapur belt. Chandrapur in the region of eastern Maharashtra, very rich in mineral, and Durg and Bastar area in the region of Chhattisgarh. So in that contiguous zone also, significant amount of iron is to be found. Then In Karnataka, in the Bellary, Chitradurg, Chikmagalur, Tumkuru belt, that is where you would have heard about the very famous or infamous Bellary brothers, right? Very powerful politically. Now, the region of Bellary is where you will have a lot of that iron. Remember, in the case of the river systems of the country, we were talking about the region, or in the Krishna river system, we had talked about the river Tungabhadra. And Tungabhadra, we had said that it is made out of the combination of Tunga and Bhadra. And Bhadra stream moves through the iron-rich area. So Karnataka has got significant amount of that iron resource. In Karnataka, you have a very large iron resource present in the region of Kudremukh, an absolute picturesque area to visit, especially during the monsoons. If you visit this area, this will give you a scenery almost unparalleled. So Kudremukh, which literally translates into horse's mouth, has got one of the largest one point single point reserve in the country. So amongst the largest. So that is basically, again, in Karnataka, very rich in terms of iron deposits. Then Maharashtra Goa belt around the region of Ratnagiri, uh, in the Konkan belt, there also. Now, in the region of Goa, for example, and in this area, the iron ore mining has been banned. There has been a ban, a prohibition which has been brought about. Why? Because of the criticality of the Western Ghats. You had the Kasturi Rangan committee, which submitted its report about the criticality and eco-sensitive nature of the Western Ghats, and how there needs to be a ban imposed on the mining activities in order to provide some kind of respite to wildlife in that area. So that is basically the Maharashtra Goa belt. Now, then comes manganese. When we talk about manganese, for example, do learning how much number of million tons is required? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. UPSC is not going to ask you what is the total mineral tons to be or to be found in an area. Ideally, if you have some clue about the regions where they are found, more than sufficient. So any particular mineral, have a basic clue that in which region do you find that mineral. Okay. So manganese, mainly used in the manufacturing of steel and ferromanganese alloy. Nearly 10 kg of manganese is used for manufacturing of 1 ton of steel. So very important, again, related to that infrastructure building. It is used for manufacturing of bleaching powder, paints, insecticides, right? So Odisha, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Jharkhand, Goa, Andhra Pradesh, the typical areas of the Peninsular Plateau, that is where the older areas of the Peninsular Plateau, that is where you will find these to be in existence. Aluminium. Aluminium has got significant amount of property and the benefit associated with a metal. When we talk about aluminium, for example, it is as strong as iron, strength of metal such as iron, but iron is very heavy. Aluminium is very lightweight. So it is strong and it is lightweight at the same time. So that is where aluminium is used quite prominently in, for example, when we talk about the regions of, let's suppose, we talk about aircraft manufacturing or airplane manufacturing. There, aluminium is used, right? Automobile manufacturing, aluminium is used. So aluminium has got massive utility, massive amount. Aluminium is extracted from the ore, that is bauxite. At one point of time, extraction of aluminium would be so very costly that the entire extraction process would make the final product so costly that aluminium, for a brief point of time in history, would be costlier than gold. Gold would be cheaper than aluminium, you can imagine. So that is when, as the famous story goes, that in the French court, you had the nobles and the normal family members, they would consume food in the gold plates, whereas the royal guest who were treated specially, they would be given aluminium plates because that was so costly. Now, cheaper method of aluminium extraction was developed within a couple of decades, and the price immediately fell. And that is where you had various different poets during the time of the French Revolution. They brought it down succinctly when they said that from the dinner table of the kings to the hands of the beggars, the journey of aluminium is the journey of France. So there were various different aspects written along this line because eventually aluminium was so cheap that it would be found as begging bowls, etc. But at one point of time, it was very costly. So that tells you about the role played by the extraction process, role played in the entire filtration process. Okay. Now, this aluminium, when it is getting extracted from bauxite, you have the extraction of Al2O3. Yes, it was in the court of Napoleon. That is correct. So, Al2O3. Now, Al2O3, it is a whitish amorphous powdery substance. Then after that, it undergoes reduction process and eventually aluminium is derived at. Okay, so bauxite deposits, from bauxite, a clay-like substance like alumina, this is alumina, that is derived. And from alumina, aluminium is later on obtained. So in India, bauxite deposits are to be found in the region of Amarkantak. Amarkantak we have studied for some other reason also. Where is it that Amarkantak is something which is unique in terms of central India? What is that specific feature which makes Amarkantak unique that we have studied? Let me see. Very good. Radial drainage pattern. Not only the origin of river Narmada, the radial drainage pattern. Origin of various rivers are there at different places, but in central India, Amarkantak is a region which exhibits a radial drainage pattern where both Narmada and Son they originate and move in different directions. So Amarkantak, Maikal Hills, and the region of Bilaspur Katni. I had given you that map work of pointing out Satmala, Maikal ranges, etc. I hope that is done. I hope that basic map work is done. And I had also asked you to observe or notice one of the unique phenomena of River Mahi. Have we carried out that? River Mahi. What is that unique property? It is the only river amongst the larger rivers, the only large river in our country which crosses the Tropic of Cancer twice. Okay? So that is the case of River Mahi. So all the portions of map pointing that I had given you, just keep on looking at that. Okay? That is going to be more than sufficient other than current affairs. We will cover mapping separately. So bauxite here is to be found in the region of Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand. In this entire area, extending to Bilaspur, Katni, portions of Jharkhand, portions of Kaimur ranges, the region around Renukut, Sonbhadra area in Uttar Pradesh, then eventually extending to the extremities of the coastline, the Simandra region, then the region of Tamil Nadu, and also the mineral-rich area of Western Ghats. Okay, that is where bauxite reserves are to be found. Then comes copper. Now, copper is a mineral which we Indians have been using for thousands of years now. In fact, you would have studied about Bronze Age civilization you would have studied. Now, during the Bronze Age, how do you manufacture bronze? I hope we are aware that bronze is an alloy, a mixture of various different materials. How do you arrive at bronze? So, bronze is derived from tin and copper, right? So, copper has been historically used in this land for millennia. Now, upon analysis of those bronze utensils, vessels, etc., it has been found out that the copper used there has either been extracted from the Khetri mines in Rajasthan or the Hazaribagh mines in Jharkhand. So you can imagine the utility. Copper is a very good conductor. It has got significant amount of benefit associated. Now, India is deficient in terms of availability of copper, significantly deficient. Now, in an era where we are endeavoring as a nation to provide reliable, affordable electricity to all, 24/7 availability of electricity, if that is the endeavor, then indeed we are at a disadvantage. We basically have become net importers of finished copper. Previously, we had our own refining capabilities, also processing facilities were there. But ever since that mass protest erupted in the region of the Sterlite plant in Tamil Nadu, which was eventually shut down, then as a result of that, what happened was that now, after that refining facility, processing facility has been shut down, copper is now getting imported from China in totality. So that is where oftentimes it is also said that by shutting down of one industry, if you can force, let's suppose you are one of not so friendly nations when it comes to India, then if you force shut down any one of the industry there, you can always benefit, because China has benefited by the shutdown of the Sterlite plant, isn't it? China has now managed to export all of it. So here, India is critically deficient in the reserves and the production of copper. Copper is malleable, ductile. Malleable means what? That when you hammer it, it can get stretched into thin sheets without breaking easily from between. So that is malleability. So the copper is malleable. It is ductile as well. Means you can stretch out very thin and long wires here. So it is ductile and a good conductor. And this copper is mainly used in electrical cables, electronics, and in chemical industries. That is where this copper is used. Balaghat mines in Madhya Pradesh, Khetri mines in Rajasthan, and Singhbhum district around the region of Hazaribagh. These are the leading producers of copper, with Rajasthan occupying a lion's share of production. Just to give you an overview about what is the ore and what is the final mineral extracted, in Rajasthan, you have close to around 668.5 million tons of ore. Out of this much million tons of ore, it is expected that out of this, you will be able to extract 4 million tons of copper. Think about it. Out of this much ore, this much final purified metal will be derived at. So that is basically how impurities are present, how significant amount of impurities are present, which needs to be filtered out. Okay? Now, then comes the non-metal, that is limestone. So limestone, again, is a sedimentary rock. Now limestone is created how? It is created underwater in shallow seas when you have various different shell-bearing marine animals, let's suppose the older coral structures, etc. When they get compressed, when they eventually die off and they get compressed, that is how limestone is created. Eventually, if this region comes above water by the endogenic processes of the planet, if that area comes above water, you will find the presence of limestone, right? So the regions where limestone is present, you can always trace that back geologically to think that at some point of time, there would have been significant amount of water present in that area. Now, limestone is generally rich in carbonates, calcium and magnesium carbonates. Now, that has got a very good thermal tolerance and it has got a very good binding property also. That is why for cement manufacturing, limestone is a very important ingredient. When it comes to, let's suppose, the manufacturing of iron and steel, in the blast furnace where the temperature goes very high, you have limestone bricks lining the inner wall of those blast furnaces. That is why traditionally, even in the areas of iron and steel industry, you will find that limestone is one of the major input raw materials which needs to be transported to the iron and steel plant. Okay. So limestone basically is found in association with rocks composed of calcium and magnesium carbonates found in sedimentary rocks. So limestone is a basic raw material for cement industry, essential for smelting iron ore in blast furnaces. Karnataka is the leading state, followed by Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Meghalaya, Chhattisgarh, Uttarakhand, Maharashtra, etc. Uttarakhand also has got limestone, which again tells us that at some point of time, the region of Uttarakhand would have been underwater. That is what substantiates the very evidence and the very formation of Tethys Sea underwater. Okay. Now, limestone, when it gets metamorphosed, what is formed as a result of that? Upon metamorphosis of limestone, what do we have? What is the rock which is derived at? Very good. Vibhu, Dikshit, Aryan, Krishika. Very good. Whenever they undergo metamorphosis, Khushi correct, they form marble. So marble is also to be found in the region of Rajasthan, which tells you that at one point of time, that region would have been very rich in limestone. And in Rajasthan, you find limestone also. You find petroleum, crude oil, natural gas also, which tells you what? That Rajasthan for a substantial period of time would have remained underwater. Okay. Now, then comes mica, which is a non-metal, doesn't conduct heat or electricity properly, is actually a very good insulator. And various different insulators that you come across, if you, let's suppose, provide that heat or electricity, if that electrical supply is very high, then that insulator can sometimes break, disintegrate, burn off as well. During the time of short circuit, you would have observed that fuse starts burning off, right? Where you will observe that around it, the non-metal also starts burning off. Mica has got a very good dielectric strength, which means it can hold charges, high amount of charge without disintegrating. So mica is, that is why it has got significant amount of use in electrical and electronic industry, in various different types of air circuit breakers, current transformers, etc. You'll find the usage of mica. Mica in natural condition exists in pegmatite ore. It can exist either in the form of various layers, like you observe here. Observe this. It appears in the form of various different layers, right? Now, it can also exist basically in chunk, but mostly it exists in the form of various different layers. Jharkhand, Rajasthan, portions of Bihar, these are the areas rich in mica production. Rajasthan is amongst the highest. Okay, so Rajasthan alone accounts for 51% of the resources, followed by Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Bihar, and Jharkhand also, if you include. So the pegmatite ores are observed to be found in these areas. Okay. Now, after this, we come to the energy mineral of coal. But before we talk about coal, here we'll take a break, and after that, we come back. So let's take a break. Let's be back. And then we'll talk about after coal, the industries, the location of industries, the factors influencing the location of industries, along with relevant examples where the industries are located, industrial zones, and some portion of population. Okay, let's be back after the break. Now, we consider the energy mineral as coal. Now, in coal, when we consider coal, how is coal created or how is coal formed? So, coal is typically found in the sedimentary deposits. Wherever you have had a significant amount of deposits of the woody trees and the forests, etc., that ends up leading to the formation of coal as a mineral resource. Okay, so that is the case of the formation of coal. So it is gained or it is formed after the fossilization of the trees, which have been deposited over a long period of time. So, formed as a result of deposits of trees over a period of millions of years, it leads to formation of coal by a process of carbon enrichment, that is carbonification. Of carbonification. What is carbonification? So, for example, when you consider the wood of trees or any kind of biological matter that you consider, they are generally rich in carbon content. They have a significant amount of carbon content and carbon compound which is present in them, right? So, as these deposits, various different layers of trees, etc., they get deposited, they are compressed, and then they get metamorphosed. That is how eventually you will observe that coal gets created. The carbon enrichment happens and coal gets created or coal gets formed. So that is the case of formation of coal. Now, here also, the variety of coal is dependent upon or is classified upon the amount of carbon content in it. So, if the carbonification or the fossilization has happened maybe 350 million years ago, then over a period of millions of years, carbon enrichment would have been very significant. Carbon content would be very high. If let's suppose the fossilization has happened only around 40 to 50 million years back, then the carbonification process is not that enriched. The coal is not very pure. So, based upon the carbon content, coal is divided or classified into four different types. You have anthracite, bituminous, lignite, and peat. These are the four varieties of coal in terms of carbon enrichment. Okay. Now, anthracite is the purest variety, where you will find the presence of carbon in that anthracite coal. You will find close to around 95% of that is carbon. So, if you burn anthracite, if you carry out combustion of anthracite, it will give very high calorific value, as in, it will give you a lot of energy. It burns with that bluish flame almost. Now, if 95%, 90 to 95% is carbon, so you can think that other impurities, volatile compounds, sulfur, vapor, etc., would be present in very less proportion. So when you burn anthracite, it won't give that much amount of smoke. It gives you pure energy almost. So anthracite typically will be found in which areas? where either the fossilization and carbonification was initiated 300 million years back, 350 million years back, for example, in reaches of United States, in some portions of Indonesia, in some portions of Australia, in South Africa. There you will find anthracite. In India, you find anthracite to be present along the region of Pir Panjal in the region of Jammu Kashmir. Now, here, the formation of anthracite is also attributed in the region of Jammu Kashmir. The entire formation or creation of anthracite is also attributed to a very high amount of compression which has been experienced in the region during the formation of the Himalayas. So that is why some amount of anthracite is to be found in the region of Jammu Kashmir as well. Now, obviously, as is the case with anthracite, very pure carbon. So it has not got a widespread industrial use. Very specific niche areas, just like magnetite, very pure, not has got a widespread industrial use, but a very niche utility in certain areas. That is the same case with anthracite. Bituminous is the one where almost 70 to 80% of carbon content is present. Bituminous is the one where you will have significant amount of carbon content around 72. So it is the one where maximum utilization for industrial purposes is observed. Here, generally the fossilization or carbonification would have been initiated close to around 200 million years back. In India, you find variety or various areas where you have significant deposit of bituminous coal. But the problem with the bituminous coal in India is, and the good varieties of coal that you find in India, the problem there is that it has got high level of impurities such as sulfur compounds, ash content is very high. So as a result of that, the energy produced when you burn it up, the energy produced is not very high. That is the reason why India tends to import coal despite having a very high amount of coal deposit. India tends to import coal from Australia, Indonesia, and also sometimes South Africa. That is where you have a better grade of industrial coal. Then you have lignite and peat. Lignite and peat, they have very little amount of, or the carbon content is less, close to around 50 to 60%, or 50% in the case of lignite, and around 40% in the case of peat. Now here, lignite, for example, will have so much amount of impurities, it will emit a lot of smoke, but will not give you enough energy. Lot of smoke, right? So this is not fit for typical industrial use. It is used in domestic purposes many of the times as cooking fuel. It is used many of the times in small scale cottage industries that you have, where they don't have the availability of good grade coal, or they don't have the capability to buy good grade coal. There they use that lignite. But peat is very poorer form of coal. It will still retain some woody characteristics. In the case of even lignite and peat, you will find that still it has got that layered formation like wood. So that means a complete transition into better variety of coal has not happened there. Okay, it is still in that phase of transformation. Okay, coal demand is high or diamond in India, because normal people not afford the diamond. What? In case of views, which product demand? Are you comparing coal with diamond? Just because both of them are made out of carbon. Diamond is used for very specific purposes. Very specific purposes. Jewelry making, cutting tools, precision cutting tools. That is where diamond is used. Okay. Coal is used for industrial purposes. Always. So something which is being used in millions of tons, another thing which is used maybe in a few kgs for that matter, or quintals. You cannot end up comparing both of them, right? So it is a question equivalent to whether coal demand is high or iron demand is high. Both of them have very different requirements. We are talking about industrial purposes here. Or is it something that I am unable to understand your question here? Or do you want to talk about diamond? Please let me know, because I think you had earlier also asked a question about how diamond is formed, if I'm not mistaken. So is it something that I'm unable to perceive the question? Coal demand is high or diamond demand is high? I don't know. Please let me know. Is it that peat is not fully matured? Yes, that is the case. Uh, Peat is where the entire fossilization has not been completed. Now, the different varieties of coal that you consider, starting with anthracite, it is the best quality of coal which carries around 80 to 95% of the carbon content. Okay, it ignites slowly with a blue flame, has got the highest calorific value. It is found in small quantity in the region of Jammu Kashmir. Diamond is not used by common normal people. But my dear friend, so is the case with coal. How many people in your surrounding do you know who go to the weekly market to buy coal now? It was the case decades back. Now you don't observe that, do you? See, understand, in that matter, demand of gold is very high, more than the demand of diamond in India. You will always find the demand of gold to be much higher than the demand of diamond. Diamond in itself, by limiting the supply and also the availability of it, diamond has always been available only to the elitist of the market. There you will never have the demand in terms of huge numbers. Try to understand it very carefully. In the case of gold, for that matter, if you are talking about precious metals, diamond is not a metal, by the way. Diamond is a complete non-metal for that matter. Very good insulator for that matter, used in industrial tools for precision drilling, for cutting tools. There diamond blades or the diamond tips in the blades are used. But here you have to understand that diamond has got a very niche market, very small market. Very few people will have a demand for diamond. You will have many people talking about diamond, but not many people actually going with the intention to buy a lot of diamond. I don't think majority of us would not know of people, or would not be aware of people who today went to the market and got 1 kg of diamond because it is a wedding season. Right, at max you will get around 1 carat, half a carat of diamond, even, or a solitaire at that matter. That's it. Gold, in comparison, has got a much higher demand. Gold is used in currency chests also, in currency vaults. Gold is used in electronic industry. Gold is used in gems and jewelry across the industries, right? Metallurgical devices, gold plating is done. Food industry also gold is used. So gold is where the demand is high. If you're talking about the valuable or the precious minerals, gold has got a high demand. Diamond has not got that high a demand, right? So I hope that is something which is understood. Diamond is, see, typically in very rare cases. So diamond, basically, because you have asked it, that is why I am telling you. Otherwise I will have immediately flooding of mails that you are telling us portions not relevant for GS. So diamond is derived from an ore which is kimberlite. That is where diamond is derived from. Now, where do you find that kimberlite? Kimberlite typically to be found in the region of old intrusive rocks such as dikes. In the areas of dikes, for example, you will still find the existence of some diamond. Diamond has got that very unique sp3 hybridization, right? The carbon tetrahedral structure has to be attained. That tetrahedral structure, for that attainment, you need very high pressure, continuous very high pressure for a long period of time. Only then some of the carbon residues, they get converted into diamond. But in the case of certain diamond mines, generally you will find that you have a lot of associated other minerals. In between, you will have few of these diamond stones, a couple of them at max in terms of absolute weight that you will consider. Maybe you'll be able to extract at max around 1 kg or 2 kgs in that area. Multiple mining will lead to quintals of it being extracted, but it is not always going to be extracted from the region of coal bearing regions. Sometimes in the region around anthracite deposits, you do find the formation of some amount of these diamonds, very few, but not enough to in a way warrant the mining of diamond in that area. That is not economically feasible. Okay. Diamonds demand is more in USA. Why do you have this misconception that the diamond demand is high? Why do people have this misconception? Diamond across the world has got a very restricted limited market. And when you think about United States, please don't get under the preconceived notion that everybody is very rich there. Even there, the economic disparity, just like India, is very high. Okay. So there also you have very niche market which will have a requirement or a demand for diamond. Always in terms of precious metals, you'll find that the demand of gold is amongst the highest. One of the reason for that is that gold is used as a bullion. I hope we are aware about bullion now that you have studied economics. So gold is used by the various central banks. So they all keep significant amount of deposits of gold. In countries like India, in cultures of Southeast Asia in general, and also in parts of Africa, you'll find that the demand for the gold jewelry is much higher as compared to anything made out of diamond. Always. That is why one of the major imports that India faces is that of gold, not diamond. Right. So when you had the previous government, they introduced various different schemes, sovereign gold bond scheme. Even this government has introduced various schemes in order to dissuade people from buying gold. Diamond has never created a problem in terms of import bill, because those people who have the ability to buy, see, understand why is the price very high for diamond, platinum, titanium. Why the price is very high? Because the supply is very limited. It is not because the demand is very high. What do we mean when we say that demand is very high? That everybody that you know around you, they have gone there to buy diamond, or they basically have bought significant chunk of diamond. They have stored it. They wish to buy it. But diamond is so very pricier. Platinum is significantly pricier. That is why people don't buy it. People tend to buy gold. In our custom and tradition, even today, for various different types of venerations, for various different types of ceremonies, even today, gold is provided. Right. So, always in terms of demand, gold will have a much higher demand as compared to any of the other precious metals. Okay. Dikes basically are those vertical wall-like intrusive landforms where many of the times the molten materials, they try to come out, but they get solidified in the form of those solid vertical wall-like structures. Can diamonds found in Kalahari Desert and in any desert like one famous? Diamond is found in the region of Africa. There are two major zones for the where you find diamond. One is the region in South Africa. That is where the name kimberlite has been derived from, around the area of Kimberley. And then in the region around the western coast of Central Africa. Okay. You would have seen the very famous movie Blood Diamond. I'm sure many of you would have seen that very famous movie. So that is the area where you find diamond in the region around Liberia, Sierra Leone, for example. That is another area, but majority of the deposits in Africa are to be found in the region of South Africa. South Africa has got various dikes and escarpments in the form of Drakensberg. So those are minerally very, very rich. Okay. Yes, you have to understand what do we mean by demand here. Demand does not mean that I want to buy it. Like that, if you think about it, can we say that demand of space tourism is very high? Not many people are endeavoring to go to space, right? But if you talk about train travel in India, demand is very high. Crores of people travel there. So there's a different paradigm altogether. They control the supply. The supply is limited in the case of diamond, platinum, titanium. Titanium, obviously, because it is difficult to be arrived at. Platinum and diamond, very limited supply. So that is where the automatically the prices they skyrocket. No, Lakshmi, it is associated with the supply. Think about it. I come across with a certain type of a good. It is turning into an economics class, sadly. But just to indulge your imagination here, which I encourage, it is good that you are thinking in these lines. Basically, you have to understand that suppose I come up with a good and I have manufactured a very unique kind of a food item found only let's suppose in my household, nowhere else. Even if five people are interested in that, I can keep the price to 1 lakh rupees per gram, right? I can keep the price even higher in that case. Why? Because the supply is limited, always. The easiest way to think about it is take the case of the watches, the luxury watches that you have. Why do you think certain watches have a price point of 2 crores, 3 crores? Why do you think? Is it because for the manufacturing them they require that much amount of money? No. It is a kind of an exclusive club where you control the supply. If you control the supply, even if the demand is not that high, the prices will be jacked up always. Okay, right? Demand is the one which has the ability, yes, more or less. Where if you would have had the under normal conditions, you would endeavor to buy that. That is the aspect of demand. I hope this is understood now. Okay. Now, basically, we come to the various different varieties of coal based upon their amount of carbon present. So, anthracite is the best quality of coal, which carries 80 to 95% of the carbon content. It ignites very slowly with a kind of a blue flame. It has got the highest calorific value in terms of combustion, found in small quantity in the region of Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in the region of Pir Panjal. But their mining is not done because not a very large quantity is not found, and the ecological costs are also very high in these mountainous areas. Then bituminous, roughly around 70 to 80%. This is the one which is used for industrial purposes. Industrial purposes. For smelting in thermal power plants, for example, for smelting of iron, for example, in metal extraction, etc. That is where this bituminous is being used. So it is found in the region of Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh. So in the region of Jharkhand, around the Rift Valley of River Damodar, for example, there you will find bituminous. Then, for example, across the region of West Bengal, Damodar River Valley extends even into the region of West Bengal. So the region around Bokaro, Dhanbad in Jharkhand, around Asansol, Raniganj in West Bengal. Then, for example, in the region around the Mahanadi River Valley, Godavari River Valley, In all these older rivers, there have been significant amount of carbonification which has happened close to around 200 million years back. That is where you find significant amount of bituminous deposit in this area. Lignite is brown in color. So that in itself tells you that complete conversion from wood to coal has not taken place here. It still retains some of the woody characteristics. That is why it will give you that appearance of that layered structure. Wood is always layered. If you take a look at any piece of wood, it is always layered. So that is what lignite will give you the appearance of. So lignite is often brown in color, carries 40 to 55% of carbon content. It is an intermediate stage which happens during the alteration of woody matter into coal. It has got very high impurities, high amount of moisture content. So when you burn lignite, huge amount of smoke is released and not that much amount of energy. So to be found in the region of Rajasthan, Assam, Tamil Nadu, particularly in Tamil Nadu around the region of Neyveli. Now here, typically, the carbonification would have been initiated close to around 50 to 55 million years back. Think about it. Even 55 million years back looks like a long time ago. But in terms of the mineral production, it is not that long after all. Then peat has less than 40% carbon content, and it is the first stage of transformation from wood to coal. Okay, it has very low calorific value and simply burns like wood. Not used for industrial, even for small cottage industry, etc. That is where it is used. So it is found very close to the surface itself. Complete carbonification has not happened. So this is where a lot of black money is generated. Those of you particularly living in the coal mining areas and the coal mining towns of the country, you would have heard about it, you would have witnessed it. So what actually happens is that from these mines, such as, for example, let's take the case of Dhanbad for that matter. You would have heard about the name of Dhanbad in Jharkhand, one of the largest coal reserves across the country, one of the. Now, in the region of Dhanbad, you have a very good grade in that wider area, very good grade of bituminous coal. Now, Indian Railways, for that matter, earns significant chunk of freight revenue. Dhanbad railway station is amongst the top 5 in terms of the freight revenue that railway earns. So you can imagine the number of freight trains loaded with that coal and going across the country. So what people do with the collusion of obviously the mining officials as well, what they do is they will stop the train somewhere in between, and they will unload all the bituminous, and they will try to load it with peat or lignite. So in totality, it is coal which is going, but the price difference is huge. So that is how they will they will basically let at least two bogies or three coaches having that bituminous, and rest of them will be replaced. So this is how a lot of black money is generated into this area. And here people also carry out in various parts of the country, they also carry out the process of rat hole mining. I hope we are aware what rat hole mining is. In case we are not aware, this is a kind of an illegal mining activity which is carried out. And in this rat hole mining, what is done? So just to give you an idea, every year Coal India loses close to around 10,000 crore plus of revenue due to the coal mined illegally by the process of rat hole mining. So, what is that rat hole mining? So, if ever you have ventured into the regions and the areas of Odisha, Chhattisgarh, or even Jharkhand for that matter, during the evenings when it is twilight, as you move across the road, you will observe across the hillocks small bonfires, they keep on burning up. These are the sites where people carry out rat hole mining. So, what is it? Suppose this is the area, and this is the region where you find the coal deposit, let's suppose. Now, traditionally, Coal India would have deployed proper shaft system here. They would have used this for mining purposes, right? Now, many of the times, after a point of time, after significant amount of extraction, when it is no longer economically viable to extract that coal anymore, because all the good grade you have extracted, some amount of coal is left, and if you extract that, either the ground will fall or that much profit won't be earned. So the Coal India in itself declares that mine to be virtually shut. For example, many of the coal fields in Raniganj in West Bengal, they have been declared to be shut down and emptied because all the major extractable coal has now been extracted. But still, but still, while Coal India might say that it is done, still it would contain 40, 50 tons of it. For Coal India, it might not be viable to use all those machinery, all those manpower for that 50 tons or 100 tons of coal distributed across the region. But those 50 and 100 tons of coal, if sold illegally, can mean a fortune. So, what people do, they dig a hole here. They dig a narrow hole here. And they dig through the ground. And this hole is only big enough so that one adult can crawl through. Right? That is the size of the hole. It is not very big. It will look like a small opening, and people crawl through that. So they would have dug it out by very rudimentary and handheld tools for that matter. They reach this coal seam, they extract that coal, come out. It looks like a rat hole, and hence the name rat hole mining. Now, you have tens of thousands of families across all these states who depend upon this illegal selling and buying of coal. Early morning in these areas, in these states, even in Andhra Pradesh, even in Telangana for that matter, even in eastern Maharashtra, you will find this trend. Early morning, you will find people on bicycles having that whitish bag of coal, trying to sell it to the retail consumers like you and me for domestic purposes or small industries. Most of that is derived either from that swapping of coal from the trains or by that rat hole mining. So that is where a lot of livelihoods are dependent on this. But at the end of it, this is illegal and very dangerous. Why dangerous? As has happened in Jharkhand multiple times, West Bengal multiple times. But it all came to prominence a couple of years back in Meghalaya, when you had substantial amount of rainfall which flooded this hole. Many people drowned in it. And that is where the larger clamor call from the citizenry came, that make safe environment for these rat hole miners. How can you do that? Something which is illegal, how do you make that safe anymore? But there are larger problems. Something that the region of Jharia, that is why I took the example of Dhanbad, the region of Jharia near Dhanbad is experiencing. One of these, now for this rat hole mining, obviously they do it by the evening and the night when there is no law enforcement agencies looking after them. And that is where they choose the hills and the forest to actually dig underground so that they have a natural camouflage. So the source of light for them are handheld torches or fire. Now, in Jharia, what happened? During one of these events of carrying out rat hole mining, unsuspectingly, fire was ignited to the coal bed. Now, Dhanbad and the region around Jharia, significantly rich in good grade bituminous coal. And the coal bed is not like a small size. We are talking about many kilometers on either side in dimension and in depth also. Jharia was a thriving small town in those in mid 90s, if you consider, and the Jharia coal bed caught fire. It has been burning ever since. Slowly and steadily, the entire region underground is burning. If you happen to go to that region today, it will appear as if this is a relic of some war zone. Absolute barren conditions. Vegetation doesn't grow significantly. Why? Because the ground is becoming hotter. Then, when underground portions they sometimes burn off, on top of them, whatever structures are there, their weight is not supported by the lower regions because underground layers have burnt off. So there is subsidence of land. Various areas have been subsiding. Most of the people have migrated out of there. So that is the danger of rat hole mining, which is posed particularly in the coal bearing areas. Okay. If this coal is under their land, is it their resource? Uh, no. If gold is found under your land, will you take all the gold? Have you ever thought about it? What if you find gold tomorrow morning? All the fairy tales that you would have studied, that some person dreamt about gold under his land, he dug it, found gold, and became rich. Do you think in reality that will happen? Absolutely not. You might get some percentage of it as a kind of a dakshina from the side of the government, but it is the government, the Sarkar-e Hind, which has got all the rights over it. And after mining of coal, do they fill that empty space or leave it? Just leave it out. Why will you fill it out? You don't have that responsibility anymore. You will cover it maybe with some foliage here or there, and that had started becoming one of the major areas where in these regions of West Bengal, Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, particularly Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, where you find elephant population. Many of these elephants, they would also get stuck in these holes, right? So eventually it would be found out that because on the surface they will cover it with branches and leaves, so that the police officers, the law enforcement agencies cannot, the forest rangers, they cannot keep track of it, right? So that is the case of rat hole mining. Now, is there, can't there be any way to stop that fire? You tell me a way, and use your imagination. How can you stop that large underground fire? There have been various different ways which have been practiced. For example, isolating that portion completely. But we are talking about kilometers thick coal deposit. You cannot completely isolate any particular area till the bottom of the coal deposit, which can extend for maybe a kilometer or more underground. You cannot do that. Sand filling was done. Even that, basically, see, whenever you will do anything, it will end up providing oxygen from the surface, and oxygen, if you keep on providing, it will continue to burn. Okay. Yes, these rat hole miners, they were used in the people rescuing the people who were stuck in the region of Uttarakhand. Now, then we come to the portion of the classification of coal based upon the time period, that based upon when that carbonification process was initiated, you have that classification of coal, which also happens. So you have, on that variety, on that basis in India, you have the two types, that is the Gondwana grade and the tertiary coal. Okay. In the case of the Gondwana grade or the Gondwana variety of coal, here the process of carbonification would have been initiated close to around 200 million years back. So in the region of Damodar, Rift Valley, Mahanadi River Valley, Godavari River Valley, there you will find the presence of this Gondwana grade. So Damodar Valley in the region of West Bengal, Jharkhand, particularly the region of Jharia, Dhanbad, Raniganj and Bokaro coal fields. Very good grade of coal to be found here. That is why you will find a lot of coal washeries and even iron and steel industries in these areas, because for iron and steel industry also, particularly for blast furnaces, coal is significantly required. Besides that, Godavari, Mahanadi, Son, and Wardha, there also you will have a substantial amount of coal deposit. Okay. Carbonification means the rate of formation, conversion of wood into coal. That is the process, carbon enrichment in particular. Now, tertiary coal deposits, which are close to around 55 million years old. Now, they are to be found in northeastern states around Meghalaya, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland. Mining of this variety of coal has actually led to a large scale deforestation in the northeastern states. Significant amount of deforestation has been carried out because of this particular coal deposit. Okay. Now, then we come to the basics of industries. Now, industries, industrial policies, you would have already studied under the portion of economy. Here we are just going to touch the basics. So when we talk about industries, the industries have the basic classification as primary industry, secondary industry, or tertiary industry. That is their basic classification. Okay, primary industry, secondary industry, and tertiary industry. This is their broader classification. On what basis? Primary sector, where you will have the raw materials derived from the nature itself. Agro-based industries, mining, quarrying, right? That is a primary industry. Here, value addition is not very high. Here, extraction of materials, processing them, and then generating the product. So, value addition is not very high in this case. Secondary ones. For example, if you consider, let's suppose, shipbuilding, locomotive manufacturing, aircraft manufacturing, automobile manufacturing, in general, heavy chemicals, heavy engineering goods, where you take a raw material like maybe an iron or a steel column, you use that to make a locomotive or a ship. Significant value addition. Lot of these industries are generally carbon intensive. Lot of carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases are released. So obviously, you will be required to invest a lot of capital for the running of these industries as well. Then you have the tertiary industries. Tertiary, generally associated with the service sector. For example, banking, insurance. For example, even let's suppose your Indigo, SpiceJet, all these airline service sectors, that comes under tertiary. So think about it. When Airbus manufactures an airplane, maybe in Toulouse in France, now there, manufacturing of airplane is a secondary sector industry. But when you provide that service to the normal passengers, that is a tertiary sector. So Airbus becomes a secondary sector industry. Indigo becomes a tertiary sector. Okay. So here, primary industries are usually very simple industries involving processing of raw materials to give input goods for secondary industries. Here, value addition is usually minimal and they are usually material oriented. Examples: coal mining and washing, oil refining, flour milling, metal smelting, stone crushing. These are your various examples of primary industries, right? Agro-based industries, fishing industry, mining industry. You directly take the raw material from the nature itself. You might end up washing it up eventually, but you take it directly from the nature. Then when we talk about secondary industries, these are very complex and diversified, which takes input from primary sector, add significant amount of value to it in a different processing stages. The value additions are so significant that they may have a locational preference. Secondary sector, you generally choose the location very carefully where you open the industry. Heavy chemicals, manufacturing industries, they come under secondary sector. Here also you have a classification. You have a classification as a heavy industry, heavy industry, and a classification as light industry. Okay. This is the general classification. Heavy industry, for example, locomotives. For example, ships that you build. That will come under the category of heavy industry. Light industry, let's suppose you consider this smart pen, right? Or maybe this watch. Now, this is also a result of the manufacturing process, manufacturing sector. But in either of these cases, the product not only is very light, it is not dependent that, okay, where the raw materials will be available, only there you will manufacture them. It will be dependent upon where you have skilled labor. There you deploy that. Okay. So here, secondary industries are divided into heavy and light industries. The heavy industries are identified by nature of their bulky product or very high capital inputs or units which may have high capacity to influence. So emissions are very high, amount of money required is very high. All of that is on a higher side. Examples: heavy chemical, heavy machinery, locomotive, shipbuilding, heavy electrical, etc. These are your examples. Okay. Now, then the light industry. So they are less capital intensive and they are more inclined to consumer goods. They are located independent of where raw materials are found. They are located primarily where availability of skilled labor force is there, right? So products are usually lighter in weight, require less power, less polluting. Now they are put under, they have a subclassification as footloose. Footloose, the actual meaning of that is what? Something which doesn't like to be static in the one position. So you have some industries which are independent of the location of raw materials or the availability of raw materials. Again, take the case of diamond polishing for that matter, because we were talking about diamond. If you talk about diamond industry, now in India, the diamond polishing and diamond cutting industry is situated where? Are we aware of that? In India, where that is situated? Very good. Surat in Gujarat. Okay. Panna, you have mines, but the diamond industry is situated in the region of Surat. Now, why do you think that the diamond industry in India is situated in Surat? Is it because the region of Surat has got very high amount of diamond reserves? No. It is simply because there you have significant amount of trained professionals. Significant amount of trained professionals which are present. Okay. So here, when we talk about footloose industries, these are those industries which nearly remain indifferent with the locational aspect of the plants. Their products are having very high value addition and smaller in size. So transportation cost is only a very small fraction of the total cost involved. So they require small production space, less polluting, and highly skilled workers. This is the main factor which determines the location of these very niche and specialized industries. So watch, camera, diamond cutting, precision electronics. Again, I will take the example of watch. Swiss watches are very famous, very costly. Patek Philippe, for example, right? A Richard Mille. These watches can easily end up being worth many crores. You won't, even if you have a few crores, you go to the market that today I want to buy a Patek Philippe, they won't give you. Very again, the same thing of limited supply. Why do you think that these watches are being made or this industry is situated in Switzerland? Is it because Switzerland has got a lot of raw materials from which watches can be manufactured? Absolutely not. That is the region where you will have very trained professionals, right? Very skilled professionals. That is why there the industry is situated in that area. Okay, so that is where the location is decided by the availability of trained labor force. Then you have the tertiary service sector mostly. So banking, insurance, consultancy, hotel business, for example, all the service sector that comes under tertiary services. Now we come to the locational factor for industries. On what basis is the industry located in one area or the other? What is the basis for the location of the industry? So, here, if you consider the entire aspect of this locational factor of industry, that study goes back centuries. It was in 1800s when Weber, for the first time, he put forward the ideal condition for the location of industry. And in the 1800s, he said that look, an industry is basically determined, its ideal location should be where you have the availability of market not like your city center, market as in where demand is there, availability of raw material, as well as transportation cost. Right? He said wherever there is an equilibrium attained, that is the ideal location for the industry. Over a period of more than a century and a half, almost a couple of centuries from that point of time, the world has changed. Transportation is not that prickly an affair as of now as compared to what it was in 1800s. In 1800s, to transport goods from one district to another, that would mean a substantial amount of cost. Now, virtually you can, or literally you can transport a train load of coal, iron ore, etc. at the same time from a region, let's suppose in Odisha, where all the raw materials are, to a region maybe in Rajasthan, or a region maybe in Madhya Pradesh, or a region maybe in Punjab within one day, and that too without incurring a lot of cost. That is why majority of the industries nowadays are looking at the availability of market. Wherever there is demand, let us have the industry there, so that as per the demand we can provide the products. That is one. Availability of raw materials, for example. Right. Now, based upon the raw materials availability, the industry is divided into two different parts. There's a classification based on the availability of raw materials as weight gaining industry, and weight losing industry. The name in itself is very literal in terms of meaning. So when we say weight gaining, so in that production process, the finished product is bulkier or heavier than the raw materials. Okay, so finished product is heavier than raw materials. Right. So here, for example, you will observe, can we have an example of such industries? Recall from your general awareness. Here, finished product is lighter than raw materials. So here you can take the example of, let's suppose, locomotive. Here you can take the example of shipbuilding, etc. Okay, because the raw materials, in the case of, let's suppose you are manufacturing a locomotive, raw materials will tend to be lighter. You put them all together, accumulate some other materials, it will be much heavier. Weight losing, example, Here you have the sugar industry. Sugar is manufactured from sugarcane. Sugarcane is much heavier. From the amount of sugar that you extract from one sugarcane, a sugarcane will be much heavier because it will have a lot of waste generated as well, right? Then, for example, iron and steel. Okay. Now, in this case, weight gaining. So, the finished product is going to be heavier. So, apply the simple logic here. If the finished product is heavier than the raw material is lighter. So, transportation cost, if you have to reduce the transportation cost, ideally, you would want to transport the heavier material for a lesser distance, or maybe not transport it at all. Lighter material you can transport, but heavier material you won't want to transport for a long distance. It will increase your cost, right? So that is why here industries are generally located. Industrial location is close to the market, where you have to give the delivery. For example, shipbuilding, always in the coastal area. You will not come across ships being manufactured in Meerut and then being transported to Gujarat by expressway so that then the ships can move. Obviously, it will not happen, right? Then here, weight losing industry. Location closer to raw materials. Source of raw materials. Why? Because raw materials are the heavier ones. That is why sugar industry is always located closer to the farmlands where sugarcane is produced. Okay. Now there are various factors based upon which you have the industrial location. Industries are always present for one basic purpose. And that basic purpose is to generate profit. Regardless of whatever good speech any industrialist hands out, regardless of how versatile speech any politician hands out, that, because my region, my location is so good, the people in my state are so good, the food is so good, the culture is so good, that is why the industries. No. Industries operate only for one motive: profit. No industry operates for a purpose other than profit. And don't think about it that this is wrong. Very simple economics. If you don't generate profit, how will you pay your employees? If you are unable to pay your employees, then how will you have a kind of working condition to be continued anymore? So location of industry is always dependent on certain availability of factors. Raw materials, for example, affordable, easy, and reliable availability of raw materials wherever that is ensured. Industry will be located there. Right? Why? Because for an industry, even if, let's suppose, the supply of raw materials gets cut off for half a day, that means that industry will have to shut down some of the units. To restart that again, there's a loss of production for that time. The restarting process will take around a couple of days. So there is a loss of production for a couple of days. Tunes of millions of dollars. Right? Same is the case with fuel and power. The availability of fuel and power has to be reliable, has to be affordable. For example, and again, before I discuss this, caveat I have to attach: people get offended very quickly nowadays. So, whichever state you are living in is the best state in the country, is the best state in Asia. Whichever city you are living in is the best city in the entirety of the planet Earth, in the solar system, in the Milky Way galaxy, in the entire cosmos. That is the best state, that is the best culture, that has got the best tradition. Why I'm saying this is because if we compare certain regions, that this region has got some of the lacunae or deficiencies, please don't get very touchy. That how can you say this about my state? Do you know that my state has got this rich culture tradition? Accepted. Everything accepted. Now, if we look at it objectively, okay, suppose for fuel and power, if you talk about the region, let's suppose that you give an industrialist a choice. You can open up your industry in, let's suppose, Karnataka, or you can open up your industry in maybe northeastern Bihar, where the power supply is very erratic. Karnataka, you'll get 24 hours power supply. Where will the industrialists choose to open their industry? Always Karnataka. Why? They cannot afford to have the shutdown of industry because the power supply is not there. One of the reasons why the semiconductor industry could never actually thrive and grow in our country is when it grew in China and other parts of the world, because we did not have a reliable power supply that we could assure to the industries. And for semiconductor manufacturing, you need a fixed frequency. Power has to be continuous and fixed. It cannot fluctuate significantly. So that is why fuel and power is very, very important source and important factor. Then comes human resources. Human resources, earlier they were categorized into two portions. Now one portion has largely been consumed by the robotics and the machines. So you have both skilled labor as well as unskilled labor. Both of them are required for the industries. But nowadays, the requirement of unskilled labor is reducing quite drastically. This is where the case of unemployment is also to be found to be prevalent amongst the larger masses also. In the 70s and 80s, what the scenario across many parts of Asia, what it used to be, in many parts of the world, what it used to be. If you have done the basics of schooling up till 8th, 10th, come to our sector, come to our industry, we will train you and you will get jobs. So you would have job vacancies in the tune of 4,000, 5,000 vacancy in one industry, in one factory, people would go in bulk. Nowadays, all that job is done by a simple machine, which may be costing around 1/100th of the price of all those labor force. Plus, the machines will never hold a protest that no, today I need a leave, today is a festival, I need some rest. Machines don't do that. Always profitable. So unskilled labor market is being consumed now. It is the skilled labor which is in huge demand. That is the reason why you will have certain industries in India in particular restricted in the regions, for example, around Hyderabad, around Bangalore, around Delhi. So when Samsung wanted to open a large mobile manufacturing unit, electronic device manufacturing unit in India, it went to Delhi. Why? Was it because it wanted to explore the food there? That, okay, I have heard a lot about Delhi food, so I will open the industry there. No. Was it because there was availability of raw material? Absolutely not. Skilled labor force. Hyderabad. Hyderabad has got some of the highest concentration of service sector industry, IT industry. Why? Lot of trained professionals from the universities and engineering colleges around there. When Tesla wants to and is still in talks to open up a factory in India, why is it considering only Karnataka and the region of Maharashtra? Why? Is it because, again, do they like the local culture here? Do they like the people that no, people in Karnataka are good, that is why I will open up in? Absolutely not. Because in the region around the Bangalore Chennai belt, the number of trained professionals which are churned out every year and highly trained professionals that is simply unparalleled. Same is the case with Maharashtra, the Mumbai Pune belt, for example. Right? So, skilled labor force is going to be one of the very significant requirements, even in the time of the AI. Skilled labor is very difficult to replace. Skilled means whichever work that you do, you have an expertise in that area. So, even for that matter, trained carpenters, trained electricians, they are always in scarcity in larger industries, always. Okay. Then transportation. Transportation has to be affordable, efficient, right? Both of them. So, earlier what used to happen was, for example, iron and steel industry. Iron and steel industry typically would be located in those areas where you find iron ore, coal, and limestone. Because all these raw materials would be very bulky. So, transportation would involve a huge cost. And transportation services were not also available. Now, what you have as a scenario? Now, you can transport goods worth, let's suppose, 10 days of requirement in one freight train, in one go, within a day. So now the industries, they no longer have that predicament that I have to get my location somewhere in the remote area, unless and until they want to get land at a very cheap price. They will generally prefer to have that land close to the region around where demand is there. Okay. So most of the industrial regions across the country that you consider, be it the Chota Nagpur industrial region, be it the Kolkata or the Hooghly industrial belt, be it the Delhi Meerut industrial belt, all of them are well connected with transport linkages. If you improve the transportation, what happens? Transporting the goods, that becomes cheaper. So your final product price will be lesser. Your product will be in greater demand in the export market, etc. That is where the entire logistics cost has to be brought down. That is what China did. That is what US did in the 1930s and the 40s. But China did at a much massive scale in the past couple of decades now, where they have invested so heavily on infrastructure, they have brought their logistics costs so drastically that the Chinese goods are very cheap. India, presently, India is the country across the world which is investing some of the largest sums of money in infrastructure. That is where the infrastructure building will yield a good industrial output result going ahead into the future. That is why infrastructure is very much required. Then you have market. Market here means availability of demand. Here, take the case of any industry. Let's suppose you take the case of Apple. Now, Apple wants to and has started the production of iPhones in India. Why? Is it because suddenly Apple likes India now? Or is it because Apple is so angry with China that it wants to open up an industry in India? No. Demand is very high. When Apple wanted to open up a manufacturing facility outside US, regardless of the fraught relationship between US and China, they opened up one of the largest manufacturing centers in China. Take the case of Tesla, the electric vehicles. When they wanted to open up a gigafactory outside US, where did they go? China. Demand was there. Now they are coming to India. Why? Demand is there. People are there to buy those goods. Take the basic case of the fighter jet deals. India has been basically dangling that carrot in front of the defense industry of the world for almost 2 decades and more now. That we are going to order fighter jets, medium weight fighter jets, and the order sum is going to be the tune of around 15 to 20 billion dollars. That is the carrot that India has been dangling in front of the world. Now India has got, it appears as if India has taken a path that we will try to produce whatever we can on our own. But at that point of time, or till recently, if you observe, various fighter jet manufacturers of the world, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Mikoyan, Gurevich, Saab Gripen, the Dassault, which manufactures Rafale, all of them have been eager to not only come up with an India specification fighter jet, but they are ready to shift the production center in India. The same companies, 3 decades back, they were not even ready to provide India with a fighter jet. Why? Is it because now we Indians are so long in population, so large in population that they are afraid? No, it is a pure aspect of demand. That you have so much amount of demand, we are ready to do anything for that demand. Okay? Then, after that, you have the capital. Capital means availability of working funds. Wherever capital is available at a cheaper price, industries will tend to be located in those regions. Regardless of the popular misconception which is there, thanks to our Bollywood movies, where we saw the Bollywood movies where the industrialist would go to the safe locker, they would take out some money and basically hand it out to the workers. That is not how it works. So, working capital is a very important requirement. As long as you provide that working capital, the industry keeps on operating. Then you have the government policies. When we talk about government policies, this includes a variety of factors. For example, ease of doing business, ease of doing business, then taxation structure, then law and order, then infrastructure, and so on. Right? That is basically the case of government policy. This is very important in terms of the industrialists deciding where they will set up their industry. For example, you had the case where Tata Motors wanted to open up an industry in West Bengal in order to manufacture their small car unit, that is Tata Nano. Now, in order to manufacture that, they had acquired land, paid the government, started the construction, then the protests erupted. And because the land acquisition was not done in a fair and transferable manner, protests erupted. The Tatas, they vacated that region. And where did they go? Gujarat, because the government was welcoming there. Like that, if you take a look at the industrial history of Bengal, at the time of independence, Bengal inherited most of the industries anywhere across the country. But there has been a significant deindustrialization of Bengal. Why? Because of the government policies, because of the labor laws. Right? That agitation, strikes, etc., they had become so much of a norm. Every other day, the industries would be shut down because of a Bandh call, maybe across the entirety of the region of Kolkata or something like that. So that is where you had the deindustrialization. For example, Freescale, this is a very famous example. Freescale wanted to, which was a large semiconductor manufacturing unit. It has been acquired by other companies now. It wanted to establish one of the largest semiconductor manufacturing plants in the region of Kerala in India, way back in 2007. It would be Asia's largest semiconductor manufacturing unit. Imagine if at that point of time, India would have had those semiconductor manufacturing plants. By this point of time, almost a decade and a half later, semiconductor industry would have matured in India rather than having the initiation right now. Freescale had two demands from the state government. Provide the land acquisition without any legal issues. We don't want to get embroiled in that legal issues. And secondly, ensure that for 1 year, there are no strikes or bandhs which are called, no worker agitation, etc., for 1 year. And then all the labor union laws, etc., whatever you want, you can do that. But the government did not agree that we cannot assure both of these. What did Freescale do? Was it the case that the Freescale would go back home and they would start crying? No, they opened up the same plant in China, much larger. And look at and that proved to be one of the stepping stones for the manufacturing prowess in semiconductor industry for China. So what can be a loss for a country ends up turning out to be a gain for another one, just based on certain policies. Similarly, the clearance provided to the industries in India, it takes a very long period of time. In regions such as Vietnam, in regions such as China, that clearance is provided at a much faster rate. That is why post-COVID, many of the industries, they did want to shift to India. Few of them did, but many of them went to Vietnam because clearance, government policies, taxation structures, they are much easier there. Here it is quite complicated for that matter. Okay. Now, then we come to the major industrial regions of India. But sir, also the reason was partition at that time because East. Reason for what, my dear friend Payal? Also, the reason was partition at that point of time because East Bengal had many jute-related companies. So that is the case. You are talking about the jute textile, right? About the deindustrialization of West Bengal. There are two states which have a very unique case of deindustrialization, which had one of the maximum potential for industries, and there has been deindustrialization ever since the 50s and the 60s. One of that is Punjab, the second is West Bengal. Think about it. There are a series, yes. Movement of jute industry to Bangladesh was one of the major factors that many of the jute textile mills got shut down. But what about, let's suppose, other industries such as the service sector? Service sector could have grown in Kolkata much earlier. Kolkata used to be the favored place of migrants from eastern part of the country up till the 80s. Then people started migrating to Mumbai and Delhi. Why? Obviously, the industries were not growing, right? If you have lived in Kolkata for a long period of time during the some amount of time, you would have come across many of these agitations, movements, etc. That is not something that you observe in Karnataka. That is not something that you observe in Tamil Nadu. That is not something that you observe in Maharashtra, though, that frequently. That is why. And in Punjab, there is a different ball game altogether because of lack of skilled man force or the manpower. That availability has gone down drastically. Now, here we come to the major industrial regions. So here you will find a common trend that all the industrial regions, they have thrived on the basis of some of the primary sector industries which have been established in that area. They have the availability of cheap labor force, migrant labor force from the surrounding areas, very good transportation network. On this basis, the industrial ecosystem has thrived. We'll take the example of few of them. For example, Mumbai Pune industrial region. So this industrial region was basically, and this the logic of the jute textile mills getting shifted to Bangladesh, that logic stands true for even the region of Mumbai. But look at the level of industrialization of Mumbai Pune. So here, the industrialization of Mumbai was actually based on the cotton textile mills. That was the genesis of the industrialization there. Significant amount of genesis. Now, after partition, many of the cotton producing areas, they went over to Pakistan. But the production from India itself, that kept some of those cotton textile mills functional. Now, if you are having that textile, you will require chemicals also for dyeing purposes, for varnishing purposes, etc. So heavy chemical industries came up, engineering goods came up. Then extraction of petroleum from Bombay High brought about significant amount of petrochemical industries, right? Like that now, you even have the service sector, the financial sector, that is based in Mumbai. Before Mumbai, what was the headquarters of, for example, State Bank of India? Was headquartered in Kolkata. When did it shift? In the 50s. Why? Because of finance friendly policies. Okay. So here, the region owes its origin to the British rule in India. Growth of this industrial region is fully connected with the growth of the cotton textile industry in India. So cotton was cultivated in the black cotton soil of Narmada and Tapi. Now, in addition to cotton, textile, and chemical industries, engineering goods, leather, oil refineries, petrochemicals, shipbuilding, transportation, everything can be found there. Then, if you consider the Hooghly industrial region across the river Hooghly, here the process of industrialization was initiated way back in 1855 with the establishment of a jute textile mill at Rishra way back in 1855. And here everything works in the favor of the industrialization of this region because you had the discovery of significant amount of coal and iron in the nearby Chota Nagpur plateau, very cheap labor source available from the region of Bengal, Assam, Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, processing of jute, processing of tea produced from the northern and the northeastern states, availability of river, and then a port that would provide transportation across the world, right? So that is the basis of the industrialization of that area. Now, after the development of the petro refinery in the region of Haldia, development of a Haldia port, this has augmented the process of industrialization, but this region has the potential to achieve much more. It can ideally become one of the most industrialized areas across this region of South Asia, not only India, across this region of South Asia. So many natural properties favor this. But some of the policies need to be altered, some of the changes or reforms need to be brought in. So the major centers of this industrial region: Kolkata, Howrah, Haldia, Shridampur, Rishra, Shibpur. It is the old trading center of the 17th century. Besides navigable rivers, roads, and the railways provided subsequent links for the great benefit of the Kolkata port. Discovery of coal and iron ore in Chota Nagpur Plateau, tea plantation in Assam and northern parts of West Bengal, processing of deltaic Bengal's jute, cheap labor found easily from Odisha, Bihar, Jharkhand, eastern part of UP, location of petroleum refinery at Haldia, construction of Haldia port, all these are now favoring the process of industrialization. Okay, augmenting and improving the process of industrialization. Right? Then, if you consider the Chota Nagpur, now here it sits at the transportation artery between Delhi and Kolkata. So, easy evacuation of raw materials, lot of mineral resources, lot of cheap labor available from the surrounding areas, basis for industrialization. Right? But here, primarily, you will find the primary sector industries or very basic industries, not significantly. The development of the secondary sector has been restricted to the regions around Jamshedpur. Otherwise, in all the surrounding areas of Jharkhand, you will find the presence of primary sector. So, birth and growth of this region is linked with the discovery of coal in the Damodar Valley and iron ore in the Singhbhum Mayurbhanj belt. Besides raw material, power is available from the dam sites at the Damodar Valley and the thermal power stations based on local coal. The region is surrounded by highly populated states of Jharkhand, Bihar, Odisha, which provides cheap labor. Hazaribagh, Jamshedpur, Daltonganj, Bokaro, these are the industrial regions. Okay. Then you have Delhi, Meerut, Gurgaon. Now this developed in two phases. So the region from Delhi, Ghaziabad, Muradnagar, Meerut, that area was an agro-rich area, sugar producing area, sugarcane producing area. So initially you had sugar mills which started coming up. And to the western part, Panipat, Sonipat, all the way till Ambala, this was a textile producing area. So both of them managed to develop. Then off or field oil refineries, market oil refineries in the form of Mathura and Panipat, that created another set of industrial base in that area. Being in the region of the national capital, migrant labor is available from Rajasthan, Haryana, Punjab, UP, Bihar, Bengal, Madhya Pradesh. Migrant labor force is available. And also in this area, you will find significant presence of easy transportation facilities. Goods can be moved by roadways, railways, airways, anywhere in the world. So that forms an ideal basis for industrialization. So that is where basically you will observe that it consists of two industrial belts adjoining Delhi: Agra, Mathura, Meerut, and Saharanpur in UP, and Faridabad, Gurgaon, Ambala in Haryana. The industries are light and market oriented. So sugar, agricultural implements, vanaspati, all these. Nowadays, software sector has also started coming in. Okay. We'll do one thing. We'll restrict this session here today. We will meet again in February. The date, time, etc. will be given to you on a Saturday is when we will meet. And till that point of time, do revise the portion of geography. Come up with the questions that you have. We will take up mapping, population, and the portion of Q&A. Okay. Tomorrow you don't have a class. I am assured that you guys actually require some amount of break from there so that you can revise as much as you want. Do revise. I hope that in these sessions, at least one thing which has been inculcated is the thought process. See, the crux of it is that many of the things are available even in NCRT. It is that critical thinking which I want you to inculcate and imbibe with you. I hope that is something that we have managed to inculcate over this period of time. So, till we meet again, we would basically urge you to read the portion of geography as much detail as you want, any source that you want, any question that you have. Mail it to us under the heading of doubt clearing session. Send it to us. Uh, what's the reason behind not having classes on 22, 23rd, 24th January? It's not last session. We will have the session in February, first week of February. We will have that doubt clearing session. And Sahara meets with Atlantic Ocean. Yes, in a way, yes, you can say so. But in the western extremity, there is some discontinuity. But yes, and no, I will not take the extra session in the morning. No, we will not have a class in January now. For geography, we won't have a class in January. Ankush, are the distributaries considered to as main river Ganga passes through? Ideally, now that you have read geography, it would be advisable to say that Hooghly passes through Kolkata. Working capital means the funds required for the day-to-day functioning of the industry. Thanks, Shruti, Ankush, Mishak for the kind words. Megha, thank you. So I hope that we do meet again. I hope that till that point of time, you would have read some portions. I hope that the learning of this during these modules transcend the literal understanding of geography. And I hope that this stays with you till the point of examination. So for most of you, I have that hope that we will meet again for one final time. And for rest of you, in case you are not attending the doubt clearing session or the mapping module, do revise, do stick to the basics of preparation. Always, please don't try to complicate this process. After all, just another exam. What is the requirement? Just study that, more than sufficient. Okay. So with that, I bid you goodbye. Till we meet again, do take care of yourself. Do relax, very important. Have a good day. Have a good night. Thank you. And thank you for all the patience and all the kind words. Goodbye. Thank you.